Okay. All right, we're officially live. Isn't that exciting? We're so live. We're so back. Oh, let me go get my drink. Safety first. Hydration is key. All right, get on in here now. Israel is at it again. What are they doing? What is going on? Let's get into it. Let's see. What is Haaretz reporting? Settler raids are now routine. You got some links for me? That's right. Community blast. That notice button. Yes. Okay. We're gonna get started here in just a second. Just gotta make sure all my things are up. And we're doing good here. All right. We're gonna begin by just looking at some of the articles happening. I have a Wall Street Journal membership because I'm better than you. Hegseth estimates cost of Iran war at $37.5 billion. That sounds a bit low, don't you think? Beachfront Malibu Estates finally on sale. Thank God. So, Defense Secretary Pete Kegsbreth estimated that the latest cost of the Iran war at $37.5 billion, some $9 billion higher than earlier figures provided by the Defense Department. In a Senate Appropriations Committee hearing Tuesday, that would be today, Hegseth said the estimate covers certain costs for the period from the beginning of the war on February 28 through today, as well as other anticipated costs through early September. The estimate includes some operations and maintenance costs, as well as military pay. For months, Republican and Democratic lawmakers have been calling on Hegseth to offer more information about the war, including its costs and strategy. Fighting between the United States and Iran has intensified in recent days, with Iranian attacks resulting in the deaths of 3 U.S. service members. Let's say it's more like 8. But 2 in an attack on a Jordanian airbase. Actually, that was 3 plus 5 that didn't survive on the medevac flight. They struck prefabricated housing units where troops lived and slept, and another in Iraq during a controlled detonation of a downed Iranian attack drone. Shut up, Mr. Pink. Stop talking about my mother, okay? She's a saint. She doesn't deserve that. Last week, the Pentagon's comptroller nominee, Jules Hurst, stuck to a $29 billion war cost estimate he provided in May. This estimate doesn't include damages to U.S. military facilities and other assets. Hegseth's latest price tag for the war cost isn't far from estimates by outside analysts. The Center for Strategic and International Studies assessed in a report published in June that the total cost of the war was about $40 billion. That included their calculus of $2.2 billion to $5.1 billion in damage to U.S. bases, based on structures that CSIS identified as damaged. Does anybody know what CSIS stands for? I forgot. I know I've heard that before. CSIS is Center for Strategic and International Studies. Okay. So it's a bipartisan think tank. aka fascist think tank. Okay, let's go back to the article. That's right, continue the noticing, and don't forget to tap that notice button. Speaking of noticing, why would not you? Committee members asked Hegseth and General Dan Kane about the Pentagon's strategy to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the key waterway which Iran has effectively closed by targeting commercial vessels. Democrats repeatedly made the point that the strait was open before the war. Hegseth responded by saying at one point that the military had pushed between 400 and 5 million barrels of oil through the strait over the course of Project Freedom, the military's effort to guide commercial vessels through the waterway. Don't I remember that they were saying that it was like per day the war costs like $2 billion in American tax-paying dollars? So I think, saying that it's about roughly $40 billion is a gross underestimate, and I'm not sure what more intelligent analysts would have to say about that. I mean, we know that Pete Kegsbreth and the Trump administration writ large lies as they breathe. We know the Pentagon can't even pass an audit test for decades now. They might be lying. Maybe. It could be possible. Iran has fired missiles at some of these ships since the collapse earlier this month of a ceasefire agreement, reducing the number of ships transiting the choke point through which about 20% of the world's oil supplies pass in peacetime. The U.S. has reimposed a blockade of Iranian ports to cut off its oil trade in an effort to destabilize the Iranian economy. At times, even Republican members of the committee appear to get frustrated by some of the answers provided by Hegseth and Kane. Republican John Kennedy of my home state of Louisiana asked what the consequences would be if the U.S. ends the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Kane said it would be a political decision, adding that Iran will continue to be a challenge moving forward. Later, the Louisiana senator said, "Guys, we need straight answers. Come on now.
We need some hard answers and some straight talk.
We need some hard cock and some straight balls."
What'll happen, Pete?
What's going on, Pete?
Senator, I would agree with the chairman, but the likely outcome is they would try to impose their will on the waterways in ways that the world would not like. Call it a toll, call it a fee, call it an exchange, call it control. They would do something that they would try to hold it at issue. Yes, sir.
Would they try to commence development again of a nuclear war?
It's the new Mitch McConnell, John Kennedy.
Ed?
Part of the reason President Trump had to have the courage to do what he did after Midnight Hammer is that they didn't give up their ambitions even though their nuclear sites had been obliterated. So this is a regime hell-bent on nuclear ambitions, and
Guys,
President Trump's
been willing to go after it. We need straight answers.
Yeah, we need straight answers, not gay answers. The hearing was an opportunity for Kegsbreth to make the case for around $67 billion in extra and urgent defense funding, including the cost of the war, in addition to about $1.5 trillion in annual funding for the DoD. The administration's full emergency supplemental request is $87.6 billion, which includes disaster aid and agriculture-related items. Hegseth said that the ongoing and future training would have to be curtailed if the Pentagon's funding needs aren't met. Asked what the impact would be of not passing the supplemental, Kane said it would impact personnel, operations, maintenance costs, and the ability of the department to invest in future capabilities. We'll figure out how to pay soldiers and sailors, but that would be a strain, says Kane. Kane didn't rule out the prospect of American boots on the ground in Iran. Asked whether he expects the fighting to escalate to deployment of ground troops, he said, "We always develop an unbelievable amount of options and the associated risks." Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a Democrat from New York, said the American public is confused by the Pentagon's assessment of the war. You just don't know what version of the war to believe because it's either over or it's not over. It's within 2 weeks or it's not 2 weeks. We have no missiles or we have missiles, she said. Lawmakers, particularly Democrats, have expressed concern that the administration hasn't sought congressional approval for the continuing conflict. During the hearing, Hegseth conceded that there is a debate over issue. I know there's a long-standing legal debate on this particular topic, Hegseth said, adding he supports the White House's position that we have all the authorities needed to continue the war. Earlier this month, the White House sent a letter dated July 10th to Congress saying it had resumed hostilities with Iran on July 7, restarting a 60-day clock for the administration to seek congressional approval for the war. Sonar 21 says that a route to a peace prize is what Donald Trump is vying for. According to rumors, President Trump is hoping to receive a peace prize. Unfortunately, his actions are counterproductive. He is bogged down in both the Ukraine and Iran war without a clear end in sight for either of them. However, there is a very slight chance that one or more obscure options might succeed in bringing the two quagmires to a close. One such extremely speculative option is as follows. 1. Preparation. Trump, his staff, and all the federal agencies involved in war and peace go silent for several days. This means no speeches, no tweets, no press briefings, no new documents, and taking no questions except for one spokesperson at the White House. Everyone else is in the affected agencies would refer questions and comments to the spokesperson. That person would announce that the government was conducting a complete bottom-to-top review of the nation's military, diplomatic, and economic policies in light of the changing world situation. During this time, the U.S. would cease active military actions and, as much as possible, put everything into a holding pattern. The various facets of hybrid warfare would cease. Diplomatic negotiations would be going on all over the world behind closed doors. 2, a peace offensive. At the end of the review, the president would read a brief announcement that peace had broken out all over the world and that peace would put an end to the death and destruction, that most of the U.S. military equipment and the military heroes would be coming home as their work was done. I don't know. It's kind of a boring article, so I'm not going to read it anymore. Sorry. Look at this. Using 2 AIs to make a hit song.
I'm going to have another AI beatbox, and then you rap on it, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Hey, so
Just let me know when to jump in.
Hey, so can you beatbox? And I'm going to have another AI rap on it, okay? So make it good and easy to rap on.
Sure thing. Smooth and steady. About mid-tempo.
Sure.
City pulse under streetlight glow. Boots tap time on crack. Sidewalks below. Don't chase sunshine. I keep it.
Wow.
Keep it low. We ride this wave steady. No rush. No.
What is going...
Like she's reciting poetry or something.
hold on. What is that beatboxing
All
to you?
good. Take your time.
Yeah, that was a simple groove. Want me to,
Just a simple
I'll keep it a
groove.
touch lighter for easier
yes,
rapping.
please. Yes, please. I don't know if that's any easier to rap on.
I can slow it down.
Yes, please.
I don't think that's going to help, honestly. Not slower at all, actually.
Slow kick. Soft
Okay, no,
snap.
you're not supposed to.
Space.
Oh, man. That was bad. That was really bad. I didn't like that at all. Laura Loomer is going after Parody Jeff on Twitter. This is such a controversy here. Laura Loomer is using a private invite-only Telegram group reserved for closest supporters to organize a mass reporting campaign against my account. She is violating X's rules through coordinated harassment. She is obsessed with me. Look at this. She's like screenshotting Parody Jeff because Parody Jeff always distorts like what she actually looks like. Although I think she looks better there, honestly. Not bad. And she says, he's continuing his sick little campaign, coming after me nonstop. Report his profile. We need at least hundreds of people reporting him today. So something finally happens. She's exhausted. So an anonymous person just sent Parody Jeff a screenshot, what we just saw from Laura Loomer's private Telegram group. Pretty funny. More about Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer supporting Ukraine is the best thing to happen to Russia, says DD Geopolitics. She made this huge post. I didn't read. It's a TLDR. Looks like, I think these are AI pictures, right? This is not real. Unless it is, and she really did go to a McDonald's and bombed out Ukraine. Maybe it is real. Israel. I don't know. Seems like it would be AI pictures, doesn't it? So she says, what's happening in Ukraine today and what happen in America in the near future if we do not stop communism and multipolarity. Because, you know, the Russians right now are famously communist, right? Oh, they're not? She says, the McDonald's in Kyiv, Ukraine's very first, opened in 1997, has become one of the most resilient symbols of defiance during the war. She says, 3 days ago, Russia launched 40 ballistic missiles into Kyiv, striking civilian districts in the Ukrainian capital and the oldest McDonald's in Ukraine, underscoring the human and symbolic cost of Moscow's war. Yes, it's because they struck a McDonald's. Let's not forget, or let's just forget about the 2 million casualties thus far. What's really abominable is that they struck a McDonald's. The restaurant has sustained damage at least 7 times. Yeah, I think those are AI pictures. Ain't no way she's going to visit Ukraine. But I did leave a note. I said she should go. I said you should go tour one of their drone factories. Somebody else commented, just like this guy. Look at that. They photoshopped it as a dildo. That is a huge dildo. That's why Lindsey Graham was smiling so joyfully. I don't know. It just happens to be that every single post in my bookmarks is about Laura Loomer. Those look like, her chin looks like my balls. That's so weird. Every woman in the world has beauty of some form, says Palestine News Network, except for this bitch Laura Loomer. I wouldn't hit that with a bat, he says. So here's Jackson Hinkle giving us some more video, I guess a reconstruction of the airstrike against that school in Manab. He says the U.S. knowingly murdered 120 Iranian children. I don't know why they keep changing the number. As I understand it, it's 168. Anyway, it says a Sky News investigation into the U.S. double-tap strike on a Manab girls' school found that the Pentagon had satellite imagery of the site going back to 1987 and could still see children's shadows in the courtyard moments before the strike. So we've got like a little recreation of the school forensic architecture. I wonder who made this. Okay, well, I don't know. There's not much more else to it.
What the who the f is this guy?
This is weird. It's like Donald Trump appears in the background of Donald Trump's interview.
What the who the f is this guy? Who the f is this? Is this what? Who in the world is it? Oh my God! Is that a backup Trump? Is that? Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. What? Wait. Who? What? Is that a backup Trump or is that Trump? Wait. Is the one we've been dealing with backup Trump? Who the is this guy?
Pretty crazy, I have to say. A Jewish family was seen praying for Argentina to win the 2026 Cup before the final. This is why they lost, right here. They had the Synagogue of Satan on their side. Here they are, humping the air as they do. Surprised they're not humping the furniture. Why are they all humping the air? I don't get it.
My name is Sigil.
Oh, here's about the sigil. Here's some missile prawn.
My name is Sigil. And they call me the dancing missile because every time they try to shoot me down, I dance!
Introduced by Iran in 2008, I'm a medium-range ballistic missile. But unlike others, I don't fly straight.
Two-stage, solid fuel. I'm already stored and ready. No trucks, no setup. My launcher moves and hides constantly. By the time a satellite finds me, I'm already gone.
March 15, 26. Yesterday, I finally entered this war and successfully hit my targets. Air defense systems predicted where I was going and fired a rocket at that spot. But I changed direction on the way down. When the missile arrived, I was already somewhere else.
Since my entry into this war, every news channel is talking about me. I stole the show, and I danced through every interceptor. So, am I unstoppable? Follow Wartoon. Every day, a new weapon, a new story.
Wartoon. It's like cartoon, but for war. Great. Yes, Iranian ballistic missiles do not follow a parabolic arc. That's something that I've learned throughout this war. And the American air defense and interceptor missiles like PAC-2s and PAC-3s, they follow a parabolic arc. Or they predict where the missile will land based on a parabolic arc. Well, that's not relevant. So, we saw that this is one of the victims of the Iranian airstrike on the Jordanian air base. Her name was Isabella Gonzalez. She was 19 years old. She died for Israel. And look how Israelis treat her. Israelis in private Telegram groups are mocking the death of the 19-year-old U.S. soldier, Isabella Gonzalez. She died protecting Israel, and they are laughing. You can see lots of laughter at her picture. 865 laughing emotes. I don't know what it says in whatever this is, because I don't speak demon. Let's see, what does the Hebrew text say?
They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
So the Hebrew text, according to Grok, is translated into English as, "This is the price for Trump's betrayal." Oh, they're still butthurt about Trump signing a now defunct, obsolete memorandum of understanding on June 17th. So the Telegram channel shows her photo with a large laughing emoji and other mocking emojis. That's not too surprising.
In relation to the...
Yeah, I didn't really... I guess
Who the is this guy?
Didn't really have many bookmarks to show you, but I do have other things I'd like to take a look at. So, you just saw a video of these Legos. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong... Darn it. I'm going to go to my watch later here. Just a second. I'm going to figure this out. Switch my account. That's so weird. Let's just try it again. Go back to YouTube. Okay. Let's go to my watch later. There we go. Okay, so apparently Max Blumenthal, while he was in Iran, he met, or he interviewed the guy who's behind all of these wonderful Lego videos. So let's take a look at this, about 20 minutes.
Responsible for the viral Lego videos, mocking Trump and his henchmen as bloodthirsty losers, while capturing the pain of Iranians as they mourned the civilian victims of the war which the US and Israel imposed on them. Since I returned from Iran, Explosive Media's Lego videos have continued to provoke meltdowns from top MAGA figures like the hate-filled botched plastic surgery victim Laura Loomer.
Botched plastic surgery
Following a series of mocking Lego videos, Loomer has pledged to have all of Explosive Media's staff arrested and deported from the United States. But unfortunately for her, I found their director at an office in his hometown of Tehran, where he operates anonymously for his own security.
No shit, outside of your U.S. jurisdiction.
He explained to me how he and his team successfully reverse-engineered U.S. regime change propaganda. We experienced, unfortunately, a lav mic malfunction during the interview, which compromised...
Yes, he received a letter in the mail saying they're bumping him up on some list, and he better watch his back.
Sound.
We'll take a look at that.
Apologies for that, but I still think you'll find the exchange really fascinating. Check it out.
So am I allowed to put any of your work on YouTube with this interview?
Yes, we can start with you.
Because weren't you banned by YouTube?
Yes, I think we've been banned by YouTube about 3 times.
So if any of your Lego videos get put on the gray zone, for example, will that video be blocked? I mean, are your videos, is your work allowed to be on YouTube, which is owned by the military contractor Google, at all?
It depends. It depends on how viral it goes. And that depends on what part of our videos is being targeted. Just going viral, just being distributed isn't what matters.
So if it's too viral, and you're, for example, you're exposing Kash Patel, drinking beer with the U.S. hockey team, flying on an official flight, things that, so many Americans, including conservatives who supported MAGA, were disgusted with, that gets taken down.
Why did this happen at the beginning of the war? I think it was because our videos were unimaginable. It happened at the beginning of the war, but if they saw our videos going viral, they blocked them. Our Instagram was shut down 3 times, our YouTube was shut down 3 times. Even our other Google accounts were shut down. We couldn't even register a Google account on our own phones, and things of that nature. Oh yeah, this happens a lot.
I know for a fact that the administration, like the Trump administration, as the Biden administration did, can go to those Silicon Valley tech companies and tell them to take stuff down. So I assume that's what they did, which proves that this media is explosive. They did similar things to us at the Gray Zone. For example, when we sold a T-shirt that showed Joe Biden and it said Nord Stream bomber. But to me, that really says that you have tapped into the American psyche and you have kind of shattered the MAGA psyche from Iran.
This is what happens. I think, to speak a bit more politically, this is the new platform order. Just as a political order exists among governing powers, a political order also exists on platforms, and we can't deny it. But I think from now on, we can talk about what to do to change this order. I think knowing the Americans, it's not a difficult thing. This is how we know the Americans. I think we reverse engineer their operations they want to carry out against us. Why? Because they carry out media operations against us based on their own assumptions. when we reverse engineer their media operations and, so to speak, try to see what concepts they use to attack us, we can understand that their laboratory subject, their case study, is the American audience, and we use that very same thing against them.
You're saying that your understanding of the American psyche or your ability to tap into it came from studying and investigation, or was it like a more kind of a natural thing? Because it seems like to me, it just felt organic. Your videos felt organic, and like millions of Americans were sharing them.
We started first the Lego videos at the beginning of the war.
And the war itself has meaning. What does that mean? It means when we want to do something for our country during a war, we put our whole being into that work. And naturally, it's like we try to use all our inner resources, the things we've learned, the things we believed in. I'm going to tell you something. Within our team, a team of about nearly 10 members, we have people who are policy researchers, we have psychologists, and our group of people are those who have studied different fields at university, and this has led to them having a seemingly precise study, but this is because they lived in that environment and had a diet of American media. This is more important in my opinion. Our guys having a diet of American media, I think, is what made this happen.
So there was a diaspora component of people who speak English, come from the United States, and understand the
Not a very easy interview. Let's see what Pepe Escobar has to say. This is from an hour ago.
Today is
you guys aren't following transition protocol, you're missing out on some really good intelligence.
1st of July. A lot is going on in the world, and our mission is to bring you the news that is not presented to you by legacy media and most of the independent media. And we do that by relying upon trusted sources and talking to them all the time and trying to ferret out the facts from what is rumor. And we bring you only the facts that we believe to be actually grounded in reality. My friend, my colleague, Pepe Escobar is with me, and I will turn it over to him after a very brief request that please subscribe to our channel. That is how you support us. Please become a paid member. Go to our Substack, same name. $5 a month is the least we can charge. Kindly do that, and we will continue to be bringing you this fantastic reporting that nobody else has. Thank you. And here is my dear colleague, Pepe.
Thanks, Mr. Z. Hi, everybody, our audience all over the world. Well, once again, this is a very special date, July 21st, because it's the day after deadline, D-Day. D-Day was yesterday, July 20th, and something, well, many things are overlapping, of course. This had been the deadline set by both Iran and China for the U.S. basically to get down to business. The Iranians were telling directly and indirectly, especially indirectly via the Pakistani mediators, to the White House, if you continue to bomb Iranian civilian infrastructure, all bets are off. And the response continues. And the response, when we look across the spectrum, not only across the Persian Gulf, but including Jordan and including Erbil in Iraq, the concerted, hyper well-organized and expanding counterattack by Iran to turn, essentially, the United States deaf, dumb, and blind all across the spectrum in terms of refueling bases, intel, aerial reconnaissance, you name it, is staggering. And of course, it's registering in some sectors of the Pentagon, not in many others. It's registering among military analysts who know what that means. And it is the graphic example in practice of how the Iranian strategy is clearly focused on expelling the United States geostrategically from West Asia. This is immense. It's in progress, and it gets more and more hardcore by the day. In parallel, we have, of course, frantic diplomacy. For instance, yesterday was the end of this deadline. Obviously, the Americans continue to bomb Iran, so the counterattacks by Iran will be even more hardcore than they were so far, and they are already extremely harsh. And China in the background, basically via the Pakistani mediators, they had told the Pakistani mediators, do anything you can do to bring the Americans back on the table and restart the MOU. Not a new MOU, the same MOU that was signed by both presidents. The commitments were being fulfilled by Iran, and the United States, of course, broke them all. We can say that they broke nearly 90% of the MOU, the 14 points, which, by the way, President Trump signed in Versailles. But once again, Grandmaster Lavrov, the United States is non-agreement capable. The problem is the United States is absolutely desperate to get some sort of agreement because they're running against the clock, and the clock is controlled by Iran more and more, day by day. So all headlines and all deadlines ahead of us point to the same excruciating pain to be suffered by the U.S. in less than 4 weeks, between 3 and 4 weeks, in mid-August, when we reach the critical point of the depletion of the strategic petroleum reserves, with direct consequences on the American economy and, of course, on the global economy as well. But, okay, let's go back to the back and forth, the diplomatic back and forth, which is usually immensely intriguing. Consider the mission that has landed in Iran and has met today with the top leadership in Pakistan.
Have you ever wanted to see your...
led by Interior Minister Momami. He met with, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. He met with Asim Munir, Field Marshal, special meeting. He met with his counterpart, Mohsin Naqvi, the Pakistani Interior Minister. But the most important element, and I posted a photo on my X account. Of course, it's not the exact moment, but it's an immensely interesting photo because we have Momami and Asim Munir sitting side by side and actively discussing something. What is this something? It's a special message, a special letter, which can be interpreted by being directly written by leader Mojtaba Khamenei or from his very tight inner circle, of course, with his absolute green light. But anyway, this came from the office of leader Mojtaba Khamenei, like previous letters would come from the office of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Same thing. Directly to the Pakistani leadership, hand-delivered by Momami. So this means he flew from Tehran to Islamabad to deliver this letter. And basically, which is something that may appear counterintuitive to a lot of people. Essentially, by orders of leader Mojtaba Khamenei, Iran is tentatively agreeing to a 10-day pause, which would lead later on to a 60-day or 90-day pause, which means, for all practical purposes, a return to the MOU, but no details. We don't know, for instance, what the Iranians are asking in return. This is absolutely sealed from the Iranian side and from the Pakistani side. So for Iran, for Mojtaba Khamenei to agree to something that was proposed essentially by Pakistan and Qatar with full Chinese backing, let's try at least a pause in the middle of all this madness. And then we try to resuscitate the MOU that gets. Apparently, the leadership in Iran agreed to the idea. But of course, they demanded something in return, and nobody knows exactly what they demanded in return. Essentially, what they are demanding, not very complicated, that the Americans fulfill their commitments. Because after all, it's still the same MOU. There won't be any additions or addendums or footnotes to the 14-point MOU already signed by both presidents. This means the Americans should go back to the table. Will President Trump agree to that? Quite unlikely. So far, the echoes that we have from the White House is that he already vetoed, and we have the usual officials, doing their dance around the Western mainstream media, saying that this 10-day pause is illogical. Well, nothing more illogical than the Trump presidency, but okay, but that's another story, of course. So this, once again, is the only off-ramp in town, and it's being offered by intervention of Pakistani and Qatari mediators with help from China, and it was tentatively accepted by the Iranian leadership. And still, the president of the United States is kicking the ball when, I wouldn't say upstairs, sideways, out of the stadium, certainly not, maybe over his own head somewhere. Go figure, right, Mr. Z? Well, this brings us, of course, to the intergalactic blah, 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 typical of American mainstream media. Obviously...
I'm actually not out of YouTube jail. I'm still suspended on my live page. We are on my backup. You probably just didn't know it, but I hope that you subscribe to this backup page. We just crossed over 3,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. I think I've got the page officially monetized now. So that's good, and we're going to just treat this as our live stream page from now on. So make sure that you tap the notice button and you follow me here. And we'll just be going live every night around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for 4 hours, Monday through Friday. That's my pledge to you. Thank you for having my back. I do appreciate that. And I know I'm very grateful to this community for always finding me when inevitably I get censored or banned or suspended, what have you. It happens. It's part of the game that we play. So I appreciate you being resilient as well.
Copying their
I'm not going to listen to more of this because I don't want to bore you. Let's go back to Discord and we'll just bounce around a little bit. See what you guys are posting. We're going to go a little bit out of order. I don't really have much to show you on Twitter. That's not to say that there isn't a lot happening right now. I just haven't caught up on what the viral posts on Twitter are. But we'll take a look at that real soon. So this is from Unlocked. He's about, what is this, a flock safety clip? Let's see.
I'm also excited to announce that we are working with another industry leader, Ubiquia, to turn streetlights into smart ALPR and live streaming cameras.
It's got UBI in it. You think universal basic income? Nope. Actually, it's Ubiquia. We're making streetlights into smart lights, aka we're gonna surveil you some more and collect more data. Wow, we've got our first ever super chat. And I can't even fucking highlight it. What is going on with my chat? I'm supposed to be able to do that, and yet this is an abomination. This is just, here we go, featured comment. Now I should be able to, let's see. Copy the link. Let's see if this works. Nope. I can't, I need to be able to feature comments. It's part of the thing, you know? And yet, I got to figure that out. Okay, I'm going to try to do that in the background while we play this clip. But thank you for your super chats. I was just going to say thank you to Spoon Spooky for the super here. And look, what is this bullshit? They're like, let me get rid of this. Sorry about all that. So, thank you, Spoon Spooky. Love you back. Thank you to Thugbone. Thugbone, what are you doing here on YouTube? You know I'm streaming on Twitch, right? Thank you for the super. You say, sup, big dog. Love you, but Twitch isn't showing. Oh, it's not showing up on stream. Get it together. Fuck. Okay. But we are streaming on Twitch, right? Thank you. I like how you're like, here's some money, but also stop fucking around here, okay? All right, let me see. I did the pop out. I did my due diligence, but apparently that wasn't enough. Okay, we just popped it out. Hopefully that helped. Hopefully that did the thing. So if you comment on Twitch, it should be here now. Sorry about that. Thank you for constantly reminding me, by the way, Thugbone. I had some issues with... I use this app called Social Stream Ninja, which connects all of the streaming platforms, all the chats from all these streaming platforms together. And I don't know what happened, but maybe it updated the app. You know, there's always periodic updates. And the link was broken on my OBS. So I had to, like, I would have streamed a little bit sooner, but I had to figure that out. But as you can see, I'm still not completely successful. Thank you, Remigius. I wish I could feature your comment, but I can't. Thank you, Comrade Cranky. A little help from Texas. I do appreciate that. Thank you for making me feel so special. I know. I don't want to give you... I'm not here to give you excuses, okay? Jack off? What is that? Jack walk? Oh, Jack walk, not jack off. Well, you're behaving like a jack off. Let's just say that. So in my mind, your name is Jack off. But you're right. Nobody likes excuses. They're like assholes.
To add a single pole in the ground, this partnership accelerates deployments and turns existing infrastructure into intelligent, interconnected tools for public safety. Now, streetlights can do more than light the street. They can protect it.
The streetlights... Streetlights can protect the street. Can we give the streetlight, like, I don't know, a Kalashnikov? Should we arm it with, like, some... Let's turn this street light... I got it. We'll turn the street light not into a smart light, but a GOI beam. That's what we need to do.
Exxon Light Post. And to share more about this partnership, please welcome the CEO of Ubiquia, Ian Aaron.
Thanks, Rick. So,
hey, thanks, Rick. Now go fuck yourself, Rick. Go suck a dick, Rick. All right, let's see if this featured chat thing works. Yes! Okay, we got it to work. God, I'm a goddamn genius. They told me. You know what my 3rd grade teacher told me? Told my mother at parent-teacher conference? She said, Mrs. Whipplestein was her name. Whipplestein, yeah. Mrs. Whipplestein told my mom, he's just too smart. He's too smart and athletic. He's got brains and brawn. And they thought I was so smart, they wanted to hold me back a few years. Just to level the playing field, you know? Keep me pigeonholed. Because I could have gone to college in like 4th grade or something. But, so yeah, they held me back. I mean, at least they told me I was too smart. That's why they were holding me back. Isn't that what they do? They hold you back if you're too smart, right? I think that's how that works. Anyway, we got the featured chat going on. Thank you, Valentine, for super chatting. We did our due diligence. We passed all the criteria to get to a monetized page here, so that's awesome. We're just going through it. So thank you for all the supers. You skipped a grade and 2 in math. You think you're better than me, Martin? Is that what you're trying to do? You trying to big time me here in front of everyone? Trying to make me feel vulnerable and insecure because you have mathematical skills that I don't possess? Fuck you, dude. Also, you're Danish, so it doesn't really matter what you think. Right? We don't like the Danes. You know, that was the word that was going through my mind, but I decided not to say it. I was going to say mathematical prowess. But you felt that too, huh? But I had to change it to skills because that was more appropriate. You showed your birthday greeting to your mom and sisters. They chuckled. Oh, that's really cute. That's better than what I showed your mom the other night. We won't talk about it, but she didn't chuckle then, I'll tell you that. She covered her mouth, she gasped, and she said, I've never seen something so large and in charge. And wide. That was weird. All right.
Mission is simple. To make the world smarter, safer, and more connected.
That's right. She gargled. That's right, Yasser.
We actually do that by leveraging the existing infrastructure that's already in the ground. That's 60 million streetlights in the U.S. and actually 450 million worldwide. And we make them intelligent. We built
This is a very family-friendly show. This is for all of our friends and their families, specifically their single mothers.
With more than 900 cities and utilities.
I am part of the family.
For turning ordinary streetlights into extraordinary tools for public safety.
I'm sorry, Girthy Goy. Okay, we just monetized the page. I mean, all I can say is the more ads that you watch, the better it is for me to continue doing this. It's something free that you can do. I mean, I know time is money, but I know the audacity of me.
Our UB Hub platform is easy to install, simple to relocate, and built to scale, allowing police departments
What
to
is this fucking nerd talking about?
and expand their video and LPR capabilities quickly.
We get it. You guys want fucking surveillance cameras and smart lights on every block of every major American city in the country. We get it. You are very insecure about the power that you wield, both politically and economically, that you have to meddle into everyone's daily lives and watch them constantly because you know you fucked up. You know you're illegitimate. You know your days are numbered. That's what this is about.
And today, we're excited to announce our collaboration with Axon Lightpost, creating together a powerful streetlight-based platform for video surveillance and LPR all
The hell is LPR? The best way to deploy LPR. Does anybody know what that is?
integrating seamlessly
I missed it if he said it. I was too busy talking about your mom.
with Axon Fusus. We believe this will be a game changer, giving law enforcement more eyes and real-time
That's what they need.
intelligence where they need it and when they need it. Here's a brief video to show you how we do it.
Here's a brief wall that I'd like you to face. I just know that this guy, when the working class revolution finally takes place, this guy's getting sent to the gulag, all right? To protect our communities, we need visibility. Everywhere, all the time. On everything. Law enforcement trusts Axon to deliver real-time LPR insights. Now it's easier than ever to scale video. UB Hub. Connect any camera on existing streetlights in your community. Look at that. Beautiful. You don't need any new stripper poles. No permitting delays. Visibility where you need it, when you need it. I love that. So cliche. Axon Light Post. Public safety innovation at scale. Public safety. It's more like safety from the public. Private safety from the public.
So now, with the help of my teammate Todd, let's install Axon Light Post in real time.
Fuck you, Todd.
So Todd's plugging this into the photocell
Todd
socket, which has been common for 60 years on 450 million streetlights. This is how you install, power,
Look at that.
connect
Todd's so self-assured.
LPR or
He knows
any
exactly what
network
he's
camera
doing.
with edge processing.
Todd used to drive a forklift, okay?
10 to 40 hours of video storage, and all integrated with Axon Fusus.
I think the only worse name than Todd with 2 Ds is Kyle.
Great work, Todd.
Great work, Todd. Todd, you fucking Dodd. Wow. All right. So as Flock Safety faces mounting backlash, Axon is already rolling out its replacement Meet Light Post, AI-powered license plate readers and live streaming surveillance cameras built directly into existing streetlights. How fun, Fourth Amendment be damned. Yes, thank you, Obi-Wan, our esteemed moderator here, whom we love and adore, despite them being debilitatingly and oppressively Australian. We're going to pin that message so that everybody knows that we do have a very vibrant, colorful, charismatic, and wonderfully intelligent Discord community. Crikey. I know. I wonder if he says that. Like, when he stubs his toe. Do Australians say crikey? Or is that just like an American television thing about Australians? Yeah, Kyle, also Trevor. George Carlin has a great bit about people named Trevor and Kyle. Even saying Kyle makes me laugh. Todd. What's another terrible name? Martin. No, actually, Martin's okay. Martin's an okay name. Not an okay person. Trevor is a goddamn psychopath. That's right. Keith. Yeah, Keith. Nothing ever good comes from a Keith. Glenn. Now you have like all of the like millennial adults naming their babies like Braxton, Jackson, Braden. Raisin. No, they don't say raisin. Caden. Jaden. Why do they do that? That's Tanner. Ken. Jackson. What is up with that? Why? Why is that? Not the Aidens. Yeah. I already said Braxton Martin. Martin, you're pretty close to being a millennial name, all right? Atticus. Token, Ted Jr. I don't know. I don't know what it's all about. Baron. There's another one. Not Baron. They order you to die for Israel. Lego video about Isabella Gonzalez. Well, they already made a video about this. Who was killed for Israel 120,000 kilometers away from home. No way. 120,000 kilometers? There's no way. That's... How far is Iran from the United States? It's like 3,000 miles. 120,000. How many kilometers is Iran away from United States? It's 11,000 kilometers. Thought I was going crazy. It's like, yeah, it's like 3 times around the Earth. All right. I see. Martin, you are a mathematical genius. Look at you, you whiz. He wasn't lying, folks. All right, let's take a look at this latest Lego video.
Happy birthday.
Donald Trump approaches menacingly. Wow. Short, but poignant. Okay, moving on. We're just checking the Discord. Like I said, like Obi-Wan said, we've got a Discord community here, and if you join the Discord and you have things you'd like to share, we'll take a look at it live on stream. How about that? All right, let's see. Status Coup News is reporting Trump just took an explosive shit on America.
Explosive diarrhea outbreak, private White House meeting, a false positive. Taylor Fresh Food gave to Trump super PAC out and out corruption $1 million.
$1 million.
Covering what the corporate media covers up. The explosive diarrhea outbreak just became another Trump scandal. I'm JT Siskowski with Status Coup, and even by Trump standards, this one is incredibly brazen in the level of out-and-out corruption on display here. We begin, though, just to set the stage a little bit on this explosive diarrhea outbreak with the FDA. If you recall, Taylor Fresh Foods is recalling iceberg lettuce from central Mexico because of a possible health risk. I won't go in any further. Just note the date here that this was released, July 17th, or Thursday. That was when this finally all came out, that this explosive diarrhea outbreak that was going around the country was linked to Taylor Fresh Foods. We are learning that, like any...
I've been having explosive diarrhea since before it was cool.
Good company operating during the Trump 2.0 regime, it is going to lean in hard on the corruption and the inside dealings as a way to get out of any trouble it might be in with the federal government. This reporting from the New York Times. In a meeting on Thursday evening with the White House and FDA officials, company executives sought to distance the company from the outbreak and cast doubt on the officials' conclusion, according to an administration official who was not cleared to discuss the matter. A spokeswoman from Taylor Farms said that its representative...
Dude, Gabe, thank you for giving us one of the biggest philosophical musings of the day. All diarrhea is explosive when you think about it. It's by its very nature, right? It's kind of redundant to say explosive diarrhea. You don't need to qualify it. Diarrhea speaks for itself.
Representatives met with the White House and FDA officials to discuss what it viewed as shortfalls in the FDA and CDC's outbreak response process and to focus on improving public health. I am sure that that is what Taylor Farms really had
Taylor Swift
in their hearts in a private meeting in the White House that had to be.
This guy, anybody that puts up like where they went to college, that's a red flag for me. Very, very proud about his Wisconsin State bachelor's degree, which he can't do anything with.
Reported out by the New York Times, citing sources in order to be able to get the information out that this meeting even happened. And the entire establishment
Isn't that fucked up? They send you to college for 4 years to trap you into school debt, and then at the end of the 4 years, you get this bachelor's degree that you can't even use. It's not. It's like it's fucking worthless.
The FDA and
it's like get in the goy box. Oh, really? You got a degree? Well, here's minimum wage.
Recall processes are designed.
Thugbone lived in Wisconsin for like 8 years, and I offer my condolences to you. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's not so bad.
Designed.
Seems pretty cold up there is all.
To try and prevent this kind of out-and-out inside dealing that could have been happening at the White House. Now, it wouldn't be a big deal if nothing would have came of this meeting, but on Sunday, the FDA issued this update on their recall process, where they said, due to the complexity in detection of cyclospora, that's the bacteria that causes this explosive diarrhea,
exactly.
FDA laboratory expert.
It all goes back to the banks, okay? I'm going to keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. A lot of times in these streams, I know I'm repeating myself to people that watch me on a regular basis, but it really is. It's the banks, guys. We've got to make banking a public utility. We've got to nationalize the banks. That's what China is doing. It's always been the road to success. This is going on for thousands of years, this problem of private and public, it's a fight over the creation of credit and money.
Re-reviewed the sample results and have concluded that the finding does not represent true amplification and should be considered a false positive. FDA has notified Taylor Farms and continues to work with the firm to ensure product impacted by this outbreak or implicated in this outbreak has been removed from the market. As of July 19th, 2026, there are no confirmed positive sample results for product.
That's right. Your name is Magic, and I was just going to say it's the magic of compound interest. And then, like, going back to Aristotle famously said, he called silver barren? He's like, what was the Aristotle quote about silver being barren, but yet the barren metal is what he called. Aristotle argued against usury in the Politics, his famous work, stating that interest makes a gain out of barren metal because money cannot naturally reproduce or breed. But what was the actual quote? Fuckstick. It's like I think it was like interest makes a breed of a barren metal or something like that. Here it says the Shakespeare connection. The exact English phrase barren metal was actually coined later by William Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice. I'm pretty sure a Shiesty J was the villain in The Merchant of Venice. Where Antonio, even saying the word shiesty, that's very anti-Semitic, right? Can't say that word, shiesty. It's at the top. Are you making fun of me? Fuck you, asshole. Where is it? I don't see the quote at the top. Am I the only one that... Let's see, the exact quote using the standard... Okay, so this is exactly what he says in the book, Aristotle we're talking about. He says this, and it's an English translation. The most hated sort, and with the greatest reason, is usury, which makes a gain out of money itself, and not from the natural object of it. For money was intended to be used in exchange, but not to increase at interest. And this term interest, which means the birth of money from money, is applied to the breeding of money, because the offspring resembles the parent. Wherefore, of all modes of getting wealth, this is the most unnatural. So, I mean, in classical antiquity, you had fucking Marxists understanding, you know? I mean, I'm being anachronistic there, but you had the same confoundment over the same problems that were manifest in ancient societies like classical Greece and Rome, or current day modern industrial societies. It's always been the same fight. Aristotle used the Greek word tokos, which literally means offspring or birth. He noted the deep irony that Greeks used the word offspring to mean financial interest. Here's the quote I think I was referring to. It was coined by William Shakespeare, where Antonio explicitly references Aristotle's philosophy. When did friendship take a breed for barren metal of his friend? So I think it's the breed for barren metal is the phrase that you can say is from Aristotle. Yes, usury needs to be abolished. Indeed. Interest itself. We could talk about Michael Hudson and the magic of compound interest. Economist and historian Michael Hudson uses the phrase the magic of compound interest ironically to explain why modern financial systems are mathematically guaranteed to collapse into debt crises. Yeah, that's another thing he points out, is that it's compound interest is based on a mathematical formula which has no correlation to the productive economy. The interest just keeps getting compounded. There's a doubling rate, and it's not correlated to anything productive, no profits that are actually being produced, right? So there's no correlation to the actual economy. So it doesn't care, like, you know, the banks don't care if you can't pay the debt. And as is famously said, debts that can't be paid won't be. But that's not according to financialized logic, because it's your money or your life. If you can't pay the debt, well, we're going to repossess any assets you have, or we're going to turn you into debt slaves. We're going to make you live a life of debt peonage, which is another term that I learned. Debt peonage is basically what we all are living through. This says the ultimate end game of unchecked compound interest, historically debt peonage or debt servitude. It's just a funny word. I mean, peons, right? I love a life of debt peonage. That's what the trickling down is. They didn't tell you it was peeing on. We're peons. They're trickling down piss. Debt peonage meant a system where a person was legally forced to work for a creditor to pay off a loan. So your labor then becomes to service debt that you owe. And that is considered, obviously, an intolerable assault on human rights, according to Enlightenment thinkers like Adam Smith and beyond. Hudson argues that modern financial institutions have successfully reincarnated this ancient practice, creating a leaden debt peonage that locks whole populations into a state of financial neo-serfdom. Financial neo-serfdom, guys. Wow. I love that. I love this neo-feudal age we're living in, where you can go anywhere you want in the world. But you will, in fact, have to pay debt. You can choose where you want to pay the debt, but you don't get to choose not to pay the debt, because we are all in debt. Working to live, working to pay banks. All right. More on that later. We'll go back to the regularly scheduled slop fest. Slopcast. Ooh, I just invented a new word, a new phrase, live on stream. Slopcasting. Slop streaming. This is what my life has become. Slop tuber, slop streamer. Just don't call me a sloppy Joe. That's all. That's all I ask. Goy casting, that's good too. Not bad. Slop maxing. Give me some of that slop you got. Slopovision, slop watching. Neo homeless, yes. Yes, this is what my life has become. That's right. Slop juicing. Debt peonage because they pee on you with the interest on your debt. Yeah. Yep. And then it's like, so if you can't pay the, it's like you take out a loan, you fall behind on the loan, you can't pay the principal. They say, okay, just pay the interest. It's fine. Pay the interest. We'll just keep tabs on all the principal amount that you still owe. Just keep paying the interest. It's fine. Okay, now you can't pay the interest. Oh, that's all right. Why don't you take out another loan? Take out another loan to the same bank to service the prior loan from the same bank that you couldn't pay. And you just sink deeper and deeper and deeper into a debt hole. And then you get into a dead hole. I'm sorry, this is so depressing. I was full of life and love and laughter and joy at one point in my life too. I thought, you know what? Public be damned. None of that applies to me. I am special. But yet, then again, I've always felt there was something weird about members of my family and the community that I grew up in who kept telling me that the public, they're just pejorative about the public. Oh, fuck the public, you know. Public transportation, oh, we have public schools, gross. Public infrastructure, gross. No, everything, you want to live in your little privatized bubble. And I always wondered about that, because aren't we the public? Isn't my family part of the public? Why do we speak so disparagingly about the very thing that we are and what we form part of? That makes no sense. And meanwhile, we believe in this fantasy of the American dream where we'll be able to acquire enough capital to escape the problems of the public, rather than trying to help the public and lift up, and be part of the community. We all want to just get to a point where we don't have to worry about the same problems as the peons do, even though we are ourselves a peon. That's why, you had the meme of the temporarily embarrassed millionaire or billionaire. We're all just walking around in our privatized little bubbles and thinking that we're going to get our big break. I'm going to be a billionaire. You're going to be a billionaire, not realizing that if everybody's a billionaire and everybody aspires to be a billionaire, not only is that psychopathic and sociopathic, but it literally mathematically can't happen. Because if everyone's a billionaire, nobody's a billionaire. Why do you need billions of dollars? Once you recognize that you can only acquire that money, not through hard work, but by exploiting others, impoverishing others, and killing others, economic violence toward others, the only way that can happen, why would you want to play into that system? And just because I didn't want to start a business, an LLC, everybody's like, oh, you do music, you should start an LLC. I'm like, why? I want to write songs. What does that have to do with incorporating myself? It's so slimy. Oh, everything needs to be an LLC. Everything should be run like a business. It's gross. Why do we penalize people for not wanting to run a business, for wanting to work with their hands, actually produce for the economy? No, everybody needs to be a CEO. Why you're so butthurt about capitalism? Just go start your own company. People that say that make me so livid. Methinks you don't understand the fucking argument at large here. You can't even step outside the goddamn box for a second and realize how fucked up it is. That you flipped? Yes. In fact, I need to make that my intro song for the stream. Bugbone remixed my shit. And the hand rubbing intensifies. I'm not going to do what everybody thinks I'm going to do and freak out. Debtor prisons will be making a big comeback, it seems. Lots of things are making a big comeback from feudalism. We live in a neo-feudal age, right? So what does that mean? We're indebted to a rentier class. It's a new word for you, rentier. It's French. It just means parasite, basically. A class of people that are collecting on rent charges and interest charges, who didn't actually produce anything. It's extractive profits. It's literally what our civilization was trying to guard against for eons now. And, people need to try to learn how to step outside the box. And I've definitely felt like every time you want to talk about injustices in the economy and you want to start talking about the wealth disparity, you have so many statistics to show to people that highlight this disparity. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen all these polls and studies and reports and articles about how the 1% has accrued $50 trillion in the upward transfer of wealth in the past 40 years, basically the age of neoliberalism that we find ourselves in. We've reached the apex of neoliberalism, which is just finance capitalism gone haywire. And it's ratcheted up as far as I can tell since the housing collapse in 2008, when Obama bailed out the banks, of course, after they fraudulently, stole all of the money from and foreclosed all the homes from people who could no longer pay the debt because their asset crashed. But it's become even more financialized, if you can believe it, since then. And I think even COVID has sped that up too. More quantitative easing. That's another term that I wanted to discuss. Because, a lot of Milton Friedman gurus, when you try to call out, like I was saying earlier, the injustices in the economy, they want to tell us that we don't understand the economy, and then they just start explaining capitalism. It becomes a circular argument, circular reasoning. It's like you're explaining capitalism. We're arguing against capitalism, and they're saying, well, you don't understand how it works, and then they start explaining capitalism to justify capitalism. But if I was trying to, say Ted Bundy's a murderer, and you're like, well, you just don't understand Ted Bundy, okay? I'm sure you can think of other analogies to illustrate how absurd that kind of argument is. But, they want to throw out all of these economic policies writ by creditors, and say that's just how it works. Like another thing that I learned that was very interesting, because think about this: whenever we say wealth should be taxed, only labor is taxed, right? Your income, your personal income, is taxed, but not the asset wealth of the billionaire class. And people, and so we, they say, oh well, the 1% pays a greater amount of the income tax than the bottom, 50%, which is true. But they also should be, because those the billionaire class and the CEO executives, like they make more. So okay, that makes sense. But we're talking about wealth. We're talking about assets. We're talking about stock options, gains made through the financialized mechanisms that we have in place that, are responsible for raising the price of assets, the price of stocks, seemingly arbitrarily done, which is not, like we said, not tied to anything resembling or correlating to the productive economy or the company itself, if we're talking about stock options and things like that. But they always tell us, well, that's not how it's done. You don't tax wealth, okay? You tax income. That's how it is. That's how the IRS drew it up. No, that's how the financial planners of Wall Street lobbied their political power, or lobbied the government with their political power through their economic power to write the tax code, to control fiscal policy, to control the monetary policy. Why they created the Federal Reserve. So that's not a good argument. You're not even attacking what we're saying here. We're calling into question the actual laws that were written, and you're saying, well, that's just how they're written. No, we don't accept that. That's illegitimate to us. And power is not self-justifying. Power has to demonstrate its legitimacy or else be dismantled and reconstituted from the bottom up. But I was getting back to my inspiration here for this little rant. I was surprised to learn that income tax in the United States in 1913, when it was first implemented written into law by Congress, the 1913 income tax was meant to tax wealth. It was meant to tax rents and interest and asset price gains, capital gains. That's why the income tax was implemented. Again, it was a different time. It was over 100 years ago. Labor class struggle was still, much more into the in the forefront than it is today. But then, you had the landlord and banking class lobby to repeal that or to change it. And I don't have the language for you for how they got that done. I'm pretty sure it was mentioned by Michael Hudson in his book, but it escapes me now exactly how they did that. But they fought back against that law, and they over time they got it so that banks and assets like land and natural resources were not taxed, or any price appreciation on land or natural resources would not be taxed, and it would funnel over into. It's always the same story. They always try to make sure that labor and industry take on the tax base, not the financial class of bankers and landlords. who are basically a financial overhead to the productive economy. All of their profits are not the same as making profit for a company that's producing commodities. This is a different kind of a profit, and going back to fucking Aristotle and before then, it was always recognized as illegitimate, what have you, intolerable, exploitative. That's why they invented the word parasite. That's crazy, right? The word parasite was invented not in biology. It was invented, or I don't know if you could say a word was invented, but it was invented politically. It had to do with financial parasites. In the medieval age, you had critics of the political economy, and they were calling out the finance class as being parasites on the economy, and so that's not changed. It's still the same fight that we're fighting today, and it's it's regressed and it's progressed, and over centuries and thousands of years, it's gone through so many different changes. But as far as I can tell, with the fall of Rome and beyond, like after the fall of Rome, which brought upon the Dark Ages, going into the medieval ages, it's always been since then that Western civilization has had overwhelmingly pro-creditor laws. Always a tendency for a financial oligarchy to take root, and what these are so-called republics or democracies, which are not as equipped to resist and prevent the rise of a financial oligarch class, as well as Near East monarchies. Kings and royalty, there was a contradiction there between oligarchs and kings, and a lot of times the kings were having to pay the oligarchs the war debts for starting wars and stuff like that. So they were sort of in the same not the same ballpark, but they were in the same boat, so to speak, in terms of owing the banks, the financial class of their societies, as did the underclass, the working class. So there was a strong incentive for kings to become popular and also alleviate their own debt by canceling the debt and making the fucking oligarchs very pissed, which is why they murdered Caesar. But that's always happening. So income tax was initially to tax wealth. It was to tax rent. And next time you got some neoliberal chode telling you, well, that's just not how it's done. We're supposed to tax labor and income and not... This is America. We're talking about the free market. That's another concept that's been completely inverted. So you can tell them about income tax and free market. That shit meant the opposite of what the present political economy illustrates and is implementing as policy. In free market, much the same. They meant a freedom from rent. Income tax, tax on rent, free market, freedom from rent, freedom from monopoly rents, land rents, natural resource rents. So there was this in the fore, there was this distinction between earned income and unearned income. Unearned income should be taxed. That's what the income tax of 1913 was about, was to tax unearned income and not earned income. Doesn't make sense, right? To tax earned income but leave unearned income untaxed. Explain to me, explain to me how the income tax in 1913 was implemented and what initially was the goal of the income tax according to Michael Hudson. According to the economist Michael Hudson, the implementation and initial goal of the 1913 U.S. federal income tax were entirely different from how the system operates today. Rather than targeting the wages of everyday workers, the original tax was designed as a tool of classical economic reform, meant to target, there it is, like I just said, unearned wealth. How the 1913 income tax was implemented, Hudson points out that the initial implementation of the 1913 progressive income tax was highly exclusive. It targeted only the top 1% and 2%. The income threshold to file a return was set so high, equivalent to roughly 100 to 120,000 in modern purchasing power, that 98% of the American population was entirely exempt. We were exempt from the income tax. And now we got neoliberal apologists telling us this is not how it works. It's always been like this. No, bitch. This is why it's so important to fucking learn and read, so that you stay intellectually armed for self-defense against nonsense, absurdity, ignorance. We got to stay smart. We've got to read. We've got to continue to learn. Because democracy dies in darkness. Sorry, that's a silly little neoliberal cliche, but... Or is it an aphorism? I don't know. Capital gains treated as normal income under the original 1913 law, profits made from selling assets like stocks or real estate were taxed at the exact same high rate as ordinary income. Not so. See, over time, if you leave the criminals in charge, they're going to figure out ways to manipulate the system. They've got many leather-bound books. They've got all sorts of mechanisms and levers to pull or push to make it all work. They control all the upper houses of all the major governments of all over the world. And in the United States, it's no different. We have the Senate. They control the Senate. They control the judiciary system, the Department of Justice, the executive branch. They have captured, these financial parasites have fucking captured the entire government, aka the people's stick. That is our stick, folks. They are beating us over the head with it. What are we doing here? Why would we continue with this game? If you were walking into a room and you were going to play, I don't know, a board game or something with somebody at anything competitive, anything where you had to use your skills, talents, your authenticity, your integrity, your livelihood, your life, your blood, your energy, your sweat, your time, you were going to endeavor in such a labor, but you knew the whatever it was, whatever the game was, you knew it was a scam. Why would you play? Why would you try to devote authentically, honestly? Why would you try to give your entire life force to something where you know the whole fucking game is rigged? That's why I said no, thank you for me. I'm not going to be had like that, I don't want to die with any illusions about my world, and I hope you don't either. We must all endeavor for honesty, to say truthfully what is actually happening, because otherwise life is really not worth it. Not worth it to live a lie. I mean, that's why I quit, teaching. They don't pay you anything. They don't pay you diddly poop. I was making like $2,200 a month as a full-time teacher. Or was it $2,300? And, half of my paycheck would go to rent each month. That's exactly what they want from us. They want you debt-strapped, bitch. Strap you down with some debt, make you immobile. Here's a whole slew of fucking problems you got to solve on your own. Good luck. And they're succeeding. And they have been successful. But you can't give up. You really can't give up. I just want to have time to do things that I want to do, you know? That's basically what it boils down. I don't need a lot of money. I need time. I need to own my life. And that's not something that they want you to do. They want your life to be owned. You must be owned by a corporate master. I know, Gargoyle. Trust me. I mean, you're just experiencing me for right now in this moment, maybe for a few hours, maybe for a couple minutes. I have to live with me. You understand? I get it, Gargoyle. No time to think and read. And I tell this to a lot of people, especially when I was more of an artist and making music. I could not have done that if I did not get subsidized housing. I had to apply to this place in New Orleans, and I thankfully got in, and I, am very blessed and thankful for that, because it drastically reduced my rent to pay each month, and so there was a less of a burden, less of a panic for me to hit my quota. I could teach. This is in COVID too, at the beginning of COVID as well. But I could teach on Zoom, and I, before COVID, I was teaching at a school, and because of COVID, I lost that job because, of course, what do? They always shut down music and art first whenever there's a crisis. Like, the arts are always the first to go, So I was crafty in the sense that I contacted all the parents and said if their child would like to continue doing music, piano, we can do Zoom calls, and I can teach them piano over Zoom. So I did that for some time, and I was able to still keep students and pupils. And then, I was living in this subsidized apartment complex, and so I had time. I could buy a book and read it. I could learn how to live stream. I could make songs. I had time to make art. I wasn't so hard pressed. I wasn't under stress. And you really do need that as a I mean, if you can't feel safe at home, it's like, where can you feel safe in this world? So, that feeling of security is very rare in this economy. They don't want you secure. They want you to, that's why they call it the precariat. And it's like the proletariat. Then there's the precariat. I don't know who coined that term, but I just heard it, and it makes perfect sense because it combines the word proletariat and precarious. And we live precarious lives. Nothing is settled. There's always that looming fear of, homelessness or eviction or, losing your job. And they love that. They need you. They breed an atmosphere, a culture of that feeling, that vibe. So that makes you much more placated, much more placating, much more apologetic and marginalized and insecure. They need that feeling to exist within you, because if it doesn't, if you actually saw this through the smoke and mirrors of the scheme that they've devised for us, you would realize that you have way more power, and we have way more power than they let on. They want feudal serf slaves. Yeah. It's like it's funny because industrial capitalism of the 19th century was way more Marxist than, what it's turned out to be, of course. But the early stage of capitalism, when it was a revolutionary force, they were overcoming feudal lords. They were saying the whole reason feudalism was abolished was because of the illegitimacy of a hereditary landlord aristocratic class, charging rent for natural resources and land that would have already existed, which was not earned through any hard work of their own. So it was parasitic, and they understood that, and that's why you had Adam Smith and the physiocrats and all the classical economists who were also coinciding with the Age of Enlightenment. That a lot of expansion of civil liberties and human rights. People were beginning to become educated and intellectual, and it was always assumed that from now on, it's going to be labor and industry that light the way, and eventually, because of the mechanized mode of production, because of you got to understand that revolutions only occur because of a transcendence in the mode of production, and that's once that materializes, the old way will go on for some time, like a chicken with its head cut off, but it's not sustainable. And those old feudal relations of landlord-serf were becoming outmoded. And so that's why you had the rise of the merchant and manufacturing class. And they were able to, through that revolution of the mode of production, because machines and factories replaced land and agriculture as the primary mode of production, now all the money flowed to the merchants and the manufacturers and not the landlords. So through their economic power, as we know, as on principle, economic power begets political power, they then were able to have a successful revolution abolishing feudalism, which was a good thing. And it was always assumed that industrial capitalism would eventually transition into socialism, because what happens when you have machines and factories, well, you got to educate the working class. You have to now slaves, feudal serfs who only, slaves and serfs, they only knew how to grow crops. They only had to, tend to agriculture. Well, that's not the major mode of production anymore. So now you have the proletariat, the emerging proletariat. They're industrialized, they're educated, they know how to operate the machines in the factories. Therefore, they increase productivity. So now we don't need slaves, we don't need serfs, we need educated workers. So it was assumed that because over time, as the working class got more educated and learned the means of production and the mode of production, and coupled with its intellectual enlightenment too, that eventually the proletariat would take over the reins of the means to produce, and there would be another revolution, and socialism would happen. But in the West, that never took hold. In the West, you could say that the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, they hop, skip, jumped over capitalism. They went from basically feudalism under the Tsar to a proletariat-controlled socialist state, heavily industrializing. But in the West, socialism did not take hold. And I think a lot of it had to do with the two world wars that happened that increased the banks' political and economic power, because now you had all these countries that were debt-strapped because of the ravages of war. All these war debts, who profits the most in times of war? That would be the banks. And that's been going on since the Crusades, by the way. It's the 13th century. So the banks were able to, once again, successfully lobby the government via their economic power and usher in a mutation of industrial capitalism, which then became finance capitalism. And now most of the profits that are recorded in the gross domestic product statistic are financial ones, which means they're unearned income. but they're counted as productivity. They're counted as product. So it's just one big fucking Ponzi scheme, you know? And it's a big bubble. The entire economy is a big bubble. And there's no way to ever pay off the $36 trillion in debt that the United States owes to itself, to the financial oligarchs, basically. We owe trillions of dollars to trillionaires and billionaires for not taxing what we should have taxed them and instead borrowed from them at interest or with interest. That's just wild. We've allowed them to assume their power through the tax system. So it's just funny how things work out, I guess, over time. They duped us. That's right. And they talk about quantitative. Let's talk about quantitative easing. They're like, oh, you don't understand quantitative easing. Well, it's all very simple. Anyone who tells you that this shit, neoliberal economics, is complicated, they're lying to you. So the next time somebody says you don't understand quantitative easing, you can just tell them that quantitative easing just means a central bank, in our case, the Federal Reserve, a private bank, creates more digital money and capital that materializes in the big commercial banks like Chase, Bank of America, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. It materializes in these banks' computer ledgers. And this produces the effect of lowering interest rates. But what they don't tell you is that it's real intention. Its real intention and its purpose is to raise the price of assets. Rent-holding assets, rent-yielding assets, rent-seeking assets. So that's the goal of quantitative easing by design, as centrally planned by the Wall Street financial managers who planned it to be this way. They're saving their ass when the economy inevitably collapses, which it does periodically. They're making sure that their assets are protected. That's what quantitative easing does. That's the overall effect. And that's the source of their wealth. Quantitative easing could be capital infusion that alleviates labor and industry, right? It could be used to bail out homeowners, like in the 2008 housing collapse, when all these homeowners lost their homes millions lost their homes after the banks foreclosed on them. So the capital could be used to stimulate the goods and services producing sector of the economy, not the extractive parasitic sector of the economy, which collects unearned income in the form of interest payments, penalty fees, land rents, mortgage debt, education debt, healthcare debt, monopoly rents for public utilities like internet, transportation, communication. They are a parasitic overhead to the productive economy of labor and industry. And this is what classical economics fought against. The rise of a rentier or aristocracy that vulturizes the economy, charging compound interest for natural resources like land, which does not appreciate or depreciate. It would already be existing with or without Goldman Sachs. It makes perfect sense why land should be collected as a tax to the government and not as interest and profit to private banks. It's really no wonder why we have a financial oligarchy at this point. No wonder we failed the test of history, which is proven to be for 5,000 years an eternal fight between kings and oligarchs, or working class and oligarchs. And this has been fundamental, so that they raise the price of their assets during an economic crisis, which they themselves caused. They did it in the 2008 junk mortgage collapse, like we just talked about. They did it during COVID, and they'll do it again. But that's the point. It's not about the creation of more capital that quantitative easing employs as a strategy to stimulate the economy. It is the creation of more capital in the service of what? In our case, it is the service of more debt. Rent-yielding asset prices go up. Our rent goes up. The price of consumer goods goes up. Our monthly rents to land, utilities, natural monopolies that are tied to public infrastructure, and all of these debts ultimately end up in the hands of private banks. So quantitative easing or quantitative tightening, which just is the deletion of the digital money. So it's like quantitative easing is the increasing of digital money, and quantitative tightening is the deletion of digital money. That's not the point of contention. It's always in the service of what? It's always to the benefit and control of who and for what reason. All governments, whether socialist or capitalist, manipulate markets. All economies are centrally planned. All markets are centrally planned. In China, the market is centrally planned by the Communist Party. In the United States, the economy is centrally planned by Wall Street. The only difference is that China controls the banking system and key public infrastructure like housing, education, transportation, and health. But what the primary thing to control in a society publicly is the creation of money and credit. Because this keeps the cost of living and thus the cost of doing business down, and that promotes industry and labor and consumption and production. And that is what made Europe and America rich in the 19th century. China is now what Britain was once called, the workshop of the world. In the service of every single Timowitz, the money lenders must go. So look at this. The initial goal of that 1913 income tax was to free industrial capitalism from the legacy of feudalism by taxing the rentier class. Following classical economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, the 1913 lawmakers believed that an economy could only be productive if prices reflected the actual cost of production. The income tax had specific economic targets. Taxing unearned income was primary. The goal was to penalize economic rent. Wealth extracted without any actual labor or production of real-world value. These people, these neoliberal apologists that love to promote, industrial capitalism, and yet they defend what industrial capitalists were struggling against in the 19th century and early 20th century. The law intentionally went after the 2% of the population who accumulated wealth passively via banking interest, land speculation. Like that famous quote, land is for, I think President Xi said this, and he might have been quoting somebody else, but housing is for living, not for speculating. So land speculation, real estate rents, monopoly trusts. That's another thing the banks do. They merge, they materialize and merge trusts, or they combine corporations, They initiate mergers. They establish monopolies. They create entire industries. And that's what you can do when you control the money supply and the credit system. By heavily taxing rentiers, the government aimed to discourage predatory monopolies and landlords from artificially driving up the costs of housing and infrastructure. The tax also sought to minimize the political and economic dominance of a financial elite, ensuring that national savings were reinvested into productive manufacturing and industry rather than passive speculation. Remember Jeffrey Epstein in his email saying that Jews make money off of future markets, speculating on future markets, and the Goyim have to deal and contend with the real world. This is exactly, he was explaining to us colorfully the machinations of finance capitalism. Hudson notes a profound historical irony. While the 1913 tax was designed to untax labor and tax the financial sector, the system has since been inverted. There's that word again. Over the decades, financial and real estate lobbyists successfully pushed for tax loopholes. This is how they did it. They found loopholes, you know, is that like the hand rubbing it? That answered the questions right there. The hand rubbing intensified. They pushed for tax loopholes, low capital gains rates, payroll deductions, shifting the tax burden off the wealthy and directly back onto the wage-earning workers. I do have a green screen, but I'm not using a green screen. These are actually sound baffles. They're movable sound panels that I use for absorption. Because I like to mix music and work on songs and stuff. So it's like officially a studio that I'm in. Which is located in your mom's basement, but you would never know that. Why is my hair so frizzy? Probably because your mom came in it earlier today. Probably why it's so frizzed up. Don't ask me how that happened. It was a weird turn of events.
Testing for Cyclospora. But we have Cyclospora outbreaks, and it seems to be linked to Taylor Fresh Farm Foods. So, of course, the agency, rather, that oversees the FDA, that being HHS, came out with this.
Right, good to see that you're still here, Saeed. I wanted to make sure that you were awake, so I started talking about your mom coming in my hair. And yes, inside of it, inside of the hair follicles, it was very wet.
This response to some of this narrative that you see me stringing together here, from the initial announcement of the recall up through the White House meeting to the FDA.
That is absolutely defamatory. Saeed is not my dad, okay? How dare you? Saeed is my granddad. How do I know this? Because apparently my mom calls him daddy.
Announcing, oh, false positive here. HHS responds to that narrative here in this post on X, where they say, this is how the fake news works. Imply collusion, ignore the facts. Nothing influences our decisions except science and the safety of the American people. Now, let's just put to the side for a moment that the Trump administration has, in the entirety of its 2.0 here, seemingly ignored the safety of the American people in the name of corporate profits. Let's put that to the side for a moment. And you might be willing on its face to say, yeah, you know, this is a lot of just circumstantial evidence. Where is the out and out corruption here? Well, to find.
You know what I say to that, Saeed? Fuck you. He's such an asshole. And he can't even get the grammar right. He can't even spell right. Wait, why did you say, what? Your, with an asterisk. That's what you said, your. You actually got it right. I don't know why you're correcting yourself.
Find the out and out corruption, you don't have to go any farther than Federal Election Commission campaign finance records for Donald Trump's super PAC, MAGA Inc. These are the records for fundraising for MAGA Inc. And back on March 26th of 2025, Taylor Fresh Foods Incorporated, based in California, gave to Trump's super PAC $1 million. $1 million. And that date, March 26th, 2025, is interesting for another reason. That reason being that is just 6 days after the Trump administration's FDA announced a different.
I want to make sure to remind you to leave the comments respectful on YouTube. Do not be inciting violence or any sort, okay? Because you will be banned from the stream in accordance with YouTube community guidelines.
a different outcome that would be favorable to companies like Taylor Fresh Foods. And this was that decision back on March 20th, 2025. The FDA intends to extend compliance date for food traceability rule. Today, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration is announcing its intention to extend the compliance date for the food traceability rule by 30 months, meaning that companies will not have to comply with this food traceability rule for 30 months. Food traceability rule, that sounds like it could be something.
It's true. I did not say Twitch. I did say YouTube only. And I see you've wasted no time. But by the way, penis, pussy, ass is that's not a bad comment. It's actually pretty fun when you think about it. But that's not what we're talking about.
That would potentially impact a cyclospora outbreak, explosive diarrhea outbreak linked to lettuce. Yes, you would be correct.
All right, I don't want to listen to that guy anymore talk about his diarrhea, all right?
Today, just before 9 a.m., a man by the name of Andrew Arabaca, A-R-R-A-B-A-C-A, arrived at 26 Federal Plaza, just behind us on Worth Street. At the employee
Was this the guy that tried to set fire to the building or something?
entrance to the building, where he ignited gasoline. He poured gasoline onto the ground. It ignited it with a lighter and an incendiary device. That device was a firework, a large firework in a canister. That proceeded to catch on fire, pretty big flame as you've seen on the internet. He then pulled out an airsoft rifle and fired 5 to 7 pellets, if you will, in the direction of 26 Federal Plaza. At that time, Federal Protective Services, 2 officers, a gray suit, a contractor with Allied that is employed to guard this building. And those 3 people and the 2 officers standing behind me in the blue shirts are the officers that intervened and took Mr. Arabaca into custody. Well, he had him on the ground. An FBI agent jumped in and they put handcuffs on him and took him in the building. He is currently in custody and he has been interviewed. Arabaca is a former United States Army soldier. He was enlisted for approximately 4 years, serving from 2001 to 2005.
Okay, but when did he convert to Islam? We know it's coming.
He was a repairman or mechanic on Patriot missile systems. He is 43 years old. There were injuries in this. 3 people were injured, minor injuries. One
Lolo, that is so rude. How dare you refer to me as another crusty nerd? I mean, it's accurate, but rude.
civilian and 2 government employees. 26 Federal Plaza has long been a target of extremists, of terrorists, and today the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked.
The building? No, not the building. Not damage to corporate property.
Mr. Arabaca was looking to injure people and harm
This is like Auschwitz.
people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives.
Oh,
fixed blade knives.
My God.
He had, as I said earlier, 6 incendiary devices.
Somehow that seems less scary to me than smart lights on every block.
Fireworks, and he had some other destructive items. Going forward today, like I said, we'll do more interviews. We'll collect more evidence, and we will, and I'll leave to Mr. McDonald to talk about charges.
Mr. McDonald.
We take this very seriously. On his cart, he had a cart.
Yeah, that sounds pretty Arabian. Arabaca? Come on.
He had
Just say that he worked for Iran. We know it already.
anti-ICE literature on it when he was being
Anti-ICE literature. Next time I go to a bookstore, I'm be like, where's your anti-ICE literature section?
arrested. He yelled derogatory terms to ICE, used bad words, obviously.
Bad words?
He
No.
is an anti-American,
Oh, shit.
anti-government, extreme.
Anti-American. Okay. Based. If you're anti-ICE, clearly, I mean, you just say you're anti-American.
Extremist. We know that from what he said. We know that from what he has said post-arrest. And we know that from what his actions that he tried to take today.
Shame on that shameless goy. How dare he?
This is going to sound a little crazy, but I think Trump and the Trump administration are the ones pushing these viral videos of people destroying flock cameras. Because I'm not going to lie, all this looks super badass.
But before we start celebrating, I think we have to ask a much bigger question. Why is all of this anti-flock coverage suddenly exploding right now? Is this movement actually organic, or could it have been hijacked by more nefarious dark forces behind the scenes? Take Denver, Colorado.
Didn't I just tell you that things that are illegitimate must be dismantled and reconstituted from the bottom up? And then look at this. Look at James Lee's shirt.
Forces behind the scenes. Take Denver, Colorado. When Denver decided to part ways with Flock after a massive public outcry, they didn't turn off the surveillance state. Instead, what they did was turn around and hand millions of dollars in new contracts to defense tech giant Axon Enterprise, the multi-billion-dollar monopoly behind tasers, police body cams, and highly integrated AI crime centers. And
yeah, you go after one company, they'll just fund another company and call it something else.
if we follow the money, things get even more interesting. Axon has spent years aggressively expanding its lobby. On top of that, prominent political figures, including President Trump, have personally invested millions of dollars into Axon, betting big on the continued future build-out of privatized law enforcement infrastructure. So you have to wonder, is all of this viral?
It's true. It's a day ending in Y, and I'm extra pale.
Backlash against Flock.
Been that way all my life. Can't do anything about it. Can't go out in the sun. I'll just start sparking. Like a fork in the microwave.
Simply clearing the way for
I am oppressively white. I do recognize that. Saeed, thank you so much for 4,931 bits. It's a very specific number that you chose. I'm sure there's some hidden meaning to it, but I'm not going to try and go down that rabbi hole. I'll tell you that.
Even bigger, more nefarious, more well-connected defense tech monopoly to take over America.
That's quite a lot, by the way. Normally, it would. Why was 5,000 just too much? Was 4,932 just one bitty too many? You gave the rest to my mom, huh? You cheapskate. You mean that you gave what 79 or wait 6? You gave 69. You son of a bitch. You see what he did there, chat? He's so coded and goated with the sauce, with the sass. He's goated with the sass. He gave 69 bits to my mom. You son of a bitch. You son of a bit. Math is hard. It is. It's a little tough. Math God. I am remedial at math, okay? I'm a terrible mathematician. I never could get it. I always flunked math every fucking year. It drove me crazy. That's why I stick to words.
America's mass surveillance ambitions. I'm just asking the question.
They have no shame. They're like...
So not only did Saeed make another joke, another slight at my mom, but he also exposed the fact that I suck at math. And now you guys can make fun of me for 2 reasons. Great.
Well, what does it even matter?
Herman Rosenblatt received international attention for his story about being a hungry little boy in a Nazi concentration camp who was thrown apples every day by a little girl on the other side of the fence. Years later, according to the story, Rosenblatt met that same girl on a blind date in New York City, and he proposed on the spot.
Sounds like a coincidence. Which is different from a coincidence.
Come by every day, bring the apple, have in my jacket and a piece of bread, and he used to say, I'll see you tomorrow.
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. They also got a book and movie deal. But
this is like what Norman Finkelstein wrote a book about, the Holocaust industry. It's like after the Holocaust, it was very fashionable to call yourself a Holocaust survivor. It still is. People are making hats saying 3rd generation Holocaust survivor. So you had a lot of spurious stories coming about saying, "Oh yeah, I was a Holocaust survivor." And then you dig in and they find that they're lying. They're just trying to sell a book. Like Eli Wiesel His last name was literally Weasel.
The story wasn't true. Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie.
He's like, well, I did it for the shekels. His name is Herman Rosenblatt. I mean, come on. Well, you don't need to ask why he did it. We know why.
It was my imagination. And in my imagination,
it was not a lie. Mind, he said, it's not a lie, it was my imagination. Running away from
I believed it. Even now, I believe it.
Okay, so that's called confabulation. It's when you lie, but you believe the lie, genuinely.
That she was there, and she threw the apple to me.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes.
He says, yes, but I am a Jew. And according to the Talmud, two mutually antithetical things can be true at the same time.
Not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Rosenblatt says he made the story up to give people hope and to promote understanding about the Holocaust.
Yes, he made it up just because he thought that was the right thing to do, to give people hope. Meanwhile, it wasn't to sell a book, right? It wasn't to have a career in being a Holocaust survivor.
But members of his own family say his real motivation was money.
Thank you. Finally, somebody says the fucking M word.
We're not motivated in any way by money.
No.
Rosa would bring me an apple every day, and that was his wife. All lies.
Storybooks, on talking shows, and they got caught. No shame. Just like, it was still really in my mind.
They want it both ways. It's like, we're white or we're not white, depending on the scam. And here's the thing. Let's say you get caught. God forbid you made that horrible thing. Own it. Be super sorry. Be like, I fucked. Don't be like, how dare you?
They double down, don't they? Very Israeli of them.
With 3 more service members now killed and the escalation that you have seen, is the U.S. still in control of this conflict?
Well, of course,
Still?
these soldiers
Were they ever?
who have been killed, each one of them has a family. They also have teammates that will be missing them. So this is...
Teammates, huh? It's all a game. This is Bloomberg, by the way, Bloomberg Media.
It's a part of it, but it's painful every single time.
Real painful.
I don't know that we are in control of this war. We haven't had a clear strategy with a clearly defined end state from the beginning.
Wow, he's an honest goy.
I mean, the purpose for being there has evolved from supporting the protesters to stopping Iran from producing weapons or support for Hamas and Hezbollah to now open the strait and get the oil flowing. So the absence of a strategy creates the sense that it's not under control. And of course, we always say that the enemy gets a vote too. And the Iranians seem to have actually increased their ability to strike certain targets.
Well, yes, we see that they are doing so, despite the president repeatedly suggesting.
I mean, can you believe that the president lies?
Iran continues to launch waves of attacks against the United States assets that are now
Here we go, the beard mogger extraordinaire, Mahmoud.
Increasing in their quantity, in their intensity, and in their lethality. Despite that, Donald Trump is trying to shift slightly by posting the following. He had this on his social media outlet, saying that the Americans are actually in favor of a peace deal. This poll that he posted on Truth Social. Voters overwhelmingly support Iran peace deal. Trump scores 8-point bump and generic ballot tightens during June 2026. And we're seeing the numbers. Regardless of the accuracy of this poll that he posted, the majority of the Americans don't want a war with Iran. I mean, we know that. He doesn't have to show it. But why is he putting that on? Why is Donald Trump saying that the Americans want a peace deal when he is doing the exact opposite? As a matter of fact, his mandate was built on no war, ending wars, ending the genocide, actually, among some Americans who voted for Trump, ending the wars and ending the Ukraine war and having peace. However, everything turned upside down when he came in and started wars. He's doing that most likely to try and deceive Iran. You see, there are talks now about the United States and Iran potentially having a 10-day truce after the recent escalation. Proposals are coming. Certain talks are happening in Afghanistan. Iran isn't confirming that it's engaging in these talks. However, there are certain suggestions happening both from Pakistan and from Arab countries too. The proposals from the Arab countries are primarily coming from Qatar, that's saying, listen, let's have a truce for 10 days. It would include two routes, one northern route, one southern route. And the
Ha! No mom jokes, huh? Well, you've got time to conjure some up. Get to cracking. Thank you, Basset Hound. I appreciate that, super.
Strait of Hormuz.
Welcome in.
And after that, we'll see what happens with the MOU and then continue the talks from there. But none of that happened. The United States is still conducting acts of aggression against Iran, to which Iran is responding heavily.
We love Electronic Intifada. Do they have a new video that we should watch? Because I'll totally watch it.
Just recently launched the 24th wave. They've had multiple waves in the past 24 to 48 hours against the United States. In that wave, they had multiple targets. They said a missile strike on a U.S. base in Jordan destroyed the defense radar system and an F-15 fighter jet inside a shelter. In a separate attack, they said missile struck a complex housing U.S. military personnel in Al Rukban area, killing an unspecified number of U.S. troops. That's after the lethal attack 2 days ago. Then, in a separate attack, they also targeted the American assets in Bahrain. Several cruise missiles struck and destroyed what are described as Amazon's central data infrastructure in Bahrain. More attacks in the 24th wave, what Iran calls the 24 wave, in the Nasr operation as well, targeted radar systems and air defense systems in Kuwait. And simultaneously, 2 oil tankers caught fire in the Strait of Hormuz. MQ-9s were targeted as well. A missile defense radar system in FPS 117.
Remember that bitch that made that video trying to correct Americans about how to pronounce Hormuz? She's like, it's Hormuz. And here's Mahmoud saying Hormuz. No, I just want her to make a video talking to him saying, you're saying it wrong. Like, how ridiculous is that?
Radar, a Patriot air defense system, satellite comm system linked to the U.S. air defense. That was all in the Al Jaber base in Kuwait. 2 oil tankers, of course, in the Strait of Hormuz as well, which means that Iran isn't really finished with the job, and they're continuing with their attacks. HIMARS and Arifjan as well. Many attacks, repeated attacks coming from Iran. Okay, so what do we understand from these attacks that are coming from Iran? Is there any...
Okay, good night, Martin. Good night, Denmark.
Any sort of likelihood of anything being resolved? Is there any chance for this 10-day truce, or is it just Trump trying to buy some more time? Chances are there's likely no chance whatsoever for it to succeed, simply because the United States is still attacking, and Donald Trump was in this position several times before. Recently, he tried to de-escalate slightly with the lethal attacks against the U.S. forces. As a matter of fact, one Jordanian member of parliament clarified what exactly happened with those soldiers. According to Jordanian MP Ali Al-Khalaili, he said that the American soldiers who were killed in Jordan were in the desert outing with sheep herders, and they were hit by fragments of a missile accidentally.
What were they doing with those sheep herders again?
تحدثت إلى الزملاء في لجنة الصداقة مع الكونغرس الأمريكي، لجنة الصداقة الأردنية الأمريكية للتعزية.
Wait, what? They were killed in a desert outing with sheep herders and were hit by stray bullets by accident? Is this in reference? I'm confused because we know that Iran struck that housing unit in Jordan.
الجنود الذين توفوا في الصحراء الأردنية كانوا في رحلة نزهة مع بعض رعاة الغنم.
I don't think Mahmoud believes it, right?
They were on a leisurely trip
Leisurely
with
trip.
shepherds in the Jordanian deserts. They were on a leisurely trip.
Stray bullets from who?
I mean, his face is old, this guy. They didn't die from a missile, no. The footage as well of the blast.
Yeah, right?
They were in the deserts with
It's like, do they have to lie so badly?
the shepherds. That's how they died. But Trump is making these statements now after the lethal attacks because, well, Americans are not going to get
Thanks for the super, DC. You ask anyone else wondering why Iran doesn't just send a ton of missiles to IDF bases behind Yellow Line, IDF at Rafah Crossing, bases in West Bank, and the new permanent bases IDF is building in Lebanon. Well, one can dream. I think, from what I understand, is that a lot of analysts are presaging that Iran is going to attack Israel. It's forthcoming. Certainly, I mean, every night I'm still waiting for a reprisal of Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's my favorite summer hit. No pun intended.
happy about this. They were going to be very disappointed. And also, it's not just that. On the ground, we have opposing actions from the United
I mean, we know that that's why Israel did not want all of that American transport planes and military equipment stationed at Ben Gurion Airport. I think there were like maybe a lot of Stratotankers, refueling aircraft or something, stationed at Ben Gurion, things that were obviously instrumental in waging war against Iran because Iran was going to then attack Ben Gurion Airport. So they were not, they don't want to get touched, you know?
States of America. These are the recent moves of the American army and the deployment of fuel.
You know, the real thing is when Iran attacks Israel's desalination plants. That's going to be a big day. That is going to be a big, big day when that happens. Screw the bases.
Tankers, dozens of fuel tankers in the region, the movement between countries, movements from Europe to West Asia, movements from West Asian countries, one country to another. All of that, alongside the deployment that was taking place and we spoke about during the period of the MOU, indicates that he wasn't serious from the get-go.
That satellite graphic is pretty revealing. I guess that's showing all the flights back and forth to the staging bases to wage war.
But it looks like Donald Trump doesn't really have control over his own actions. We can't really say that this is a calculated move from Trump, that he's deceiving the Iranians and then he's going back. Everything is damaging to the American side from these actions.
Calls to mind. I watched Alistair Crook. I can't remember if it was yesterday or earlier today, but he was talking about how whatever Trump does makes it worse. No matter what he does, it's going to make the situation worse. And in fact, you know, you heard Robert Pape also say that escalation is more likely now than de-escalation. And, you know, as it stands, Trump has vowed revenge for Iran killing American soldiers. But there's some move in chess or some situation in chess. And it's like some weird words like Zuzuraika or something like that. And what it means is that you're at a point in the chess game where whatever move you make, it's only going to make it worse for your for the game for you first. So that seems to be like the analogy of where we're at with this war. Everything that Trump does, no matter what he does, it's going to make it worse.
Because the level of losses, the level of...
Zugzwang. There you go. I knew it was with a Z. So you guys are chess aficionados, I see. Zugzwang. Let's take... I love learning new little words like this, so let's look this up. Zugzwang. The German chess term that translates literally to compulsion to move. In chess, it describes a bottleneck scenario where a player is legally forced to make a move, but every available move will worsen their position. If the rules allowed them to pass their turn, they would maintain their position or survive, but the obligation to move forces their own destruction. Oops, my mouse doesn't work now. Where were we? Discord, there it is.
Pure targets that Iran is attacking that belong to the United States in Arab and Gulf states in the region are much more than
So basically every time I play chess, right? That's the same for me. You're not alone in that.
what the United States is attacking in Iran. Much more valuable. So he's, in essence, destroying American assets, killing Americans in the process. After he went out of the talks, when he decided to get out of the talks, he would be delusional to think that Iran is willing to surrender somehow after all of these escalations that are happening from them. And from an Iranian perspective, they have shown us in the past several days.
Fuck you, Kerry. I can read. I can read real good, in fact.
And weeks, resilience. And it's not just the Iranian armed forces, it's the Iranian people. A 5-kilometer human chain was formed in the Bandar Abbas area of Iranian people to show their solidarity and support for their country and to challenge the US attacks. This reminds us of the human shield that they had with Iran's energy sector when the United States was threatening to explode power stations in Iran. Human shields. And let me tell you one thing. If the United States threatened to nuke Iran, you will see human shields as well. Because that's the mentality of the Iranian people. That is the...
Wait, don't say that, because now I'm actually thinking, is my audio messed up? Is that true? But I think you're making a joke, because you're saying I have to mute to use text-to-speech for every comment. I don't know what you're trying to say. I do have a noise gate on my microphone. Okay, so you're saying my audio's good. All right.
The faith of the Iranian people.
All right, we got to ban that guy. Who was that? 50-50? Yeah, you're out of here. The fuck out of here. I don't like your jokes. I don't like your attitude. I don't like your vibes, son. I'm kidding. Please stay.
Taken aback by being killed or martyred in an attack. Similar sentiment with the people who are supportive of their own country. They have self-respect and dignity and stand up to the oppressors who are trying to force them to kneel down. What is this at the end of the day? They want the Iranian side to kneel down completely. And Iran, from its side, it's not stopping whatsoever. These are all of the targets in these areas. Prince Hassan and...
Yeah, and apparently they're going after these targets pretty hard. I think Kuwait was like bombed for an hour straight, from what I heard.
Jordan, Muwaffaq Salti, King Faisal, and Aqaba, all of these in Jordan. Attack MS sites, Camp Bohering, Ali Salim, Jabir.
These are all U.S. facilities hit by missiles or drones from July 12th to July 19th. So that would have been, what is that, Sunday? In this Iranian retaliation. It's a wonderful map, yes. Somewhat. Wonderful to see that these places are being neutralized so that we can't wage war against the Iranians anymore.
Kuwait, Fifth Fleet, Sakhir Sheikh Issa AB in Bahrain, and Al Udeid as well. And this was only up to the 19th of July. Iran isn't stopping. And we're seeing the level of destruction, the sheer level of destruction coming following the Iranian attacks against the US bases in the region. Look at the level of damage and destruction. And recent satellite footage is showing more immense destruction from the satellites. Let me show you, for example, this recent footage that was released of the—
Okay, Timothy, get out. Get out. That was derogatory. I don't like what you did there. Actually, I love it. I'm only upset that I didn't think of that first.
Scale. Look at this. Look at how much Iran is destroying with the American bases. The United States tried to—
You know what I say to that? I say it's a good start.
To prevent access to satellite images, they were blurring them. But more high quality footage is coming out now. They, of course, don't want you to see the level of destruction. That is the real level of destruction. This is what's happening. Look at this video as well over here. You can see the scale of damage that was in Jordan's Muwaffaq Salti. These are 30-meter wide, by the way. One missile did this. Look at the scale of damage. And these are MQ-9 drones parked here. Look at one missile does. Complete.
Damn, MQ-9 drones, are those the Reaper drones? Because they look pretty huge. I thought those were like refueling aircraft or something.
Completely wiped off. Plus the things around it would be significantly damaged. That is not in favor of the United States. That is not in favor of Donald Trump. And that is not an Iran that—
This needs to stop. Somebody's going to get hurt. Carla, I think people have been getting hurt and killed already. It's already happening.
It has reduced capabilities. That is an Iran that has increased capabilities, that is using hypersonic precision ballistic missiles against U.S. assets, that are causing absolute obliteration of the American bases in the region. That's what we're seeing. If he thinks Iran is going to take a step back or do anything to allow the United States to continue with this or that, that's simply not going to happen. Iran is only escalating and only escalating with the intensity as well against the United States.
That's right. Every time the United States escalates, Iran's got to go further than their escalation. So when Iranians hit the Americans back, it's always more than whatever the Americans did. And that's how they're trying to establish deterrence.
These were some of the attacks
you got to do.
The oil tankers. Have a look at the level also of damage that's happening here too. All of that.
Yeah, Z, but how then would we fight China? How would we fight Russia? How would we fight Iran? Okay, we got to think about national security, not enriching everyday working class Americans.
Is the responsibility of the United States and Donald Trump directly. Donald Trump was ordering these guys, and any country involved in the passage of the oil shipments or vessels in the Strait of Hormuz without the authorization and coordination with Iran, because they know it would inevitably lead to this disaster. So they're facing this disaster with their bases, and they're facing disaster economically, and they're trying to use certain vessels as cannon fodder, lab rats to check if they can pass or not.
Cannon fodder, not to be confused with cannon mother.
Risking their lives to tell you later on that, oh, Iran is responsible. That's why it's not clear whether Trump really has this as a strategy or he is actually not in control of what he's doing and he's being ordered to do certain things.
To imply that Trump has a strategy to begin with, that's useless.
Now, one of the people he could be ordered to do this from is Benjamin Netanyahu, because Benjamin Netanyahu would be very interested in this situation. Not an all-out war, but the United States is engaged. Americans are dying for Israel. Israel is not completely in the picture yet. Any day it could change. They were trying to intercept some missiles according to their report yesterday. And all of that can potentially drag up until Netanyahu sees fit, up until Netanyahu believes that this is the strategic moment for me to enter the war and cancel the Israeli elections, get away with anything he wants, in essence, in Israel, maybe turn it into a kingdom.
Man, it's going to be a wild fall. Don't you guys think?
At one point, officially. And even then, he will get support from Western powers. Oh, Israel canceled democracy? It's fine. They're the only Jewish state. They can do whatever they want with their country, right? They wouldn't say anything about it, would they?
We didn't say anything about Zelensky in Ukraine. We didn't say anything about Pinochet in Chile. We didn't say anything about Suharto in Indonesia. We love dictators.
Would be fine doing that from their side. And don't be surprised if it reaches that stage. On the other hand, though, Iran isn't leaving an option for the United States to get away with anything. Like, the assets that the United States are attacking in Iran are questionable. We're not really seeing anything significant. Some of them are dummy attacks. The attacks are more intensifying more on the civilians and civilian infrastructure with the bridges, for example. Trump is trying to warn Iran by having attacks next to nuclear power plants, as if to say, well, listen, if you're not going to come back to the table, if you're not going to give in, we're going to explode them. We're going to blow them up. But he's not doing that because he knows the repercussions of attacking a nuclear site. In addition to the fact that Israel wouldn't want him to hit a nuclear site now. And they're all so arrogant because they're running out of ammo. Like, if they attack the nuclear facilities in Iran, for example, and Iran decides to strike Dimona, what are they going to defend it with? We saw missiles landing in Dimona on nuclear assets in Israel before without any capability to defend them during the 40-day war. They're so delusional, these people.
Yeah, and a failed painter at that.
It's like they can't defend themselves efficiently, and they still want to attack Iran, and they still want Iran to give in. When Iran, in essence, is only escalating and is showing the United States that there is no way out of this unless you recognize the current and new situation in the Strait of Hormuz in particular. It's not about the nuclear now. Now Iran is negotiating through the Strait of Hormuz. That decision was made with the martyrdom.
Yeah, George W. Bush and every other American president, for that matter,
of the Supreme Leader. It was already set as and when, if the Supreme Leader would be martyred, Strait of Hormuz gets closed. It has happened. Now, Ansarullah in Yemen are declaring that I
don't really care that, Lindsey Graham is no longer with us. I more so mourn his ladybugs. So if I were to say R.I.P., I'd say R.I.P. to the ladybugs.
Bab al-Mandab, or that they're imposing a siege on Saudi Arabia. This siege that Yemen would be imposing on Saudi Arabia would also be very damaging for the United States, because we're talking about the biggest ally from the Arab Gulf states. Biggest geography, important assets, key ally. And if that would be a move against Saudi Arabia only because of their blockade against Yemen, then that would quickly escalate to a blockade or a complete shutdown of Bab al-Mandab against anything related to the United States of America. So Trump has an off-ramp. Iran is telling him that you can get out of this mess if you come back to the negotiating table and obey. And they're showing the mediators as well that we haven't used everything in our power. We didn't take everything out of the toolbox. We still have the capacity to damage them even more. So it's a very, very sensitive situation at the moment, to say the least. Whether or not any of the countries are going to succeed in a 10-day truce, that 10-day truce is going to be very, very vulnerable. They worked on the MOU. You saw what the United States
Are you serious? You don't like my black background? Why are you being racist? Not that bad. I think it looks pretty sweet. No? I mean, the alternative was just a brick wall. You like the brick wall more?
They're clearly playing with Iran here to try and show them that they might negotiate. They're still deploying more forces at the same time, up until it reaches the point where Israel would be interested in having something bigger against Iran. Now, in effect, it's a state of war. This is war, even if it's not all out and all.
You guys like the bricks, huh?
This is proper.
Look, let me show you how easy that is.
War. And the United States is getting hit very heavily, and they're losing their personnel, they're losing assets, they're losing bases. But there's much more that can happen. And that moment can happen anytime, whether the United States has its calculations with Israel, whether Trump is ordered by Israel. But what they're not really considering is if Iran decides to make a different move, and how would they respond to such a move? Is Iran going to surprise them with something bigger than what has been done so far? Despite all of the destruction, Iran is hammering the United States, but Iran still has more.
That's about as far as I can move it right now. But as you can see, it's still the same old brick wall. If I move the panels any more, it might unplug the computer. I'd have to work out how to transition a little bit more effectively. But as you can see, there is a background still there. Yeah, it's actually not easy. You know it's not easy? Not collecting on my 69 bits. I'm still upset about that. I want my 69 bits. Saeed sent 4,931 bits, and he gave the interest to my mom. What's that about? You Jewed me out of 69 bits? You shiesty motherfucker. Literally, my mom's charging interest? That's fucked up.
Or is it going to drag up until it's suitable for the Israeli Prime Minister to launch a bigger offensive against Iran?
Fine. Maybe I will then. Why are you yelling at me? She gave it back because you're enough for her, huh? That's real cute. That's really cute.
How much longer do you expect this to go on? And do you think munitions should be a limitation at this?
Mom? The Arabian man, the Muslim man saying some more insulting things to me.
At this point, what do you hear?
No, I don't think, the Pentagon has done a great job of restocking the munitions. I don't think that's an issue at all. But I do expect that we're going to be there a long time. Operation Northern Southern Watch went on for, almost 20 years, I think. So I think this is going to be something similar. We're going to have to stay there. Those guys aren't going to change their behavior. We have to adapt. And I think, we're going to have
Cool. So another forever war in Iran. Awesome.
To get the Gulf states, and those that rely on the oil coming from the Gulf states to help pay for this.
Pay for the war that we started. That's just so American.
My experience being detained by the Israeli army was strange. There was no crime committed except for filming a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement, and for that, I was questioned relentlessly, mainly on why I'd be in a car full of the bad guys, aka Palestinians, as an American citizen. After taking Musa's keys and all of our passports, they allowed me back in the car.
He said not to leave yet.
Then made us wait for 2 hours while they drank Coca-Cola and doom-scrolled on their phones at a nearby watchtower. The arbitrary theatrics of it all reminded me of the process of getting into Palestine in the first place, which is only possible for Palestinians by entering the West Bank through Jordan. All in all, the process took 8 hours. Despite the crossing being over less than a mile in distance, it contains a grueling customs process that involves 3 checkpoints, 2 buses, 3 bag checks, and a final interrogation by an Israeli border agent, where you're essentially given a vibe check, asked a couple questions, and if they don't like your answers, you're banned from both Palestine and Israel for 5 years. During my interrogation...
Really, Donkey? Because I find your comment to be anti-communist. Of course, you can be a communist with or without a beard. You just can't have a tiny hat is all.
Told him that I was headed to party in Tel Aviv because of the repressive atmosphere of anti-Semitism in the U.S. dating market. He bought the story and let me in. But anyways, eventually, we were all released without charge and back on the highway toward Hebron. A path divided by separate highways, constant military checkpoints, and infinite repetition.
Yes, it does, Saeed, because once again, I'll remind you that if I don't set the bit rate, we'll have silly little chodes in the chat trying to cheer with 1 bit. So I was like, you know what? I took some of y'all's advice to raise the bit price, okay? Maybe I should have just kept it at 69.
Of those big red signs, which the Israeli army puts up to scare visitors away from Palestinian enclaves.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden. Dangerous.
It's just to send a message, okay? Don't bit me unless you're serious.
To your lives and is against the Israeli law.
As mentioned, our driver, Musa, hails from the Aida refugee camp back in Bethlehem.
Welcome to Aida refugee camp. It's about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children.
He wanted to show us Hebron, to show us a more intimate example of urbanized apartheid in the West Bank.
We are in Hebron now, talking about the colonizer, how they stole the people houses, how the Palestinian family dealing with all of that.
The whole physical infrastructure is constructed in such a way that Palestinians are made invisible, that the way the roads are constructed, the ways in which life takes place inside the cities, in a kind of factual and practical way, has been sequestered and made invisible.
In Hebron, you'll see Israeli settlements physically built over top existing Palestinian communities, something you can't really see anywhere else. After we arrived, Musa introduced us to one of his friends, a local from Hebron, to get a more in-depth view of the city.
I'm sure some people watching might be wondering why your face is blurred. Could you kind of give us a little explanation?
I used to appear in my faces in many interviews and occasions, but after October the 7th, this has become something really risky, because in November 2023 I discovered that my face was published in a Telegram and WhatsApp group for settlers. They call it Eliminating the New Nazis.
As we explained last episode, settlers, as they're called, are illegal occupants in the West Bank of primarily Jewish heritage and foreign, non-Israeli.
You did fix it. You know what? You fixed the problem that you started. It was your transgression, not mine. But you've done us a solid. You have fixed the situation. We appreciate that. But also, who's honey in this situation? Who are you talking about? Who do you call honey? It better not be my mom. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Nationality. They take it upon themselves to harass, intimidate, and sometimes kill Palestinians.
Don't make me write that harshly worded email to you, okay? I will do it.
With impunity in an effort to gradually erase and replace the Arab population.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is, for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians.
That's right. Don't bit my bone.
Out.
For Palestinians who resist settlers in any way, even ideologically, their names, identities, and addresses are logged into dissident databases, like the one our guy just mentioned.
You don't kiss my mom and tell, but you just did. You just did by saying that. You did tell.
And posted to social media to encourage further harassment.
I found my profile picture from Facebook and they added their own touch.
Saeed, can we go back to you having like this unhealthy fetish for Marjorie Taylor Greene and not my mother? Leave my mother out of this, please. The mom jokes can only go one way. That's from me to you, not the other way around. I dish it out, but I can never take it, okay?
to it, where they put a sniper lens on my head with my name, claiming that I'm a dangerous activist, which is really weird because I've never done any sort of activism. I'm not an activist, but this is one of the reasons.
Are you kidding me? Of course I noticed that. I notice everything. This is the noticing. That's the noticery. We're here live at the noticery. It's all I do is notice. Of course I notice that you can't either spell or speak English well. But I forgive you. I look past the mistakes. That's how benevolent I am.
It's really risky, and I don't want to risk it. That's the main reason, actually.
The first person he introduced me to was a disabled veteran of the Second Intifada.
I don't know. My mom can't do push-ups like Marjorie Taylor Greene can, so I don't know. I don't know what the infatuation is, except for maybe just, you know, as a way to insult me. I feel like that's what it's really about. He tries to show my mom a good time just so he can brag about it later and insult me.
Panhandling for change on the street, something that apparently has been quite common since October 7th.
Is that why she told you to pull up? You sick fuck.
ما في لا رواتب ولا في عنا حدا يمد ايده إن the PA and because of lots of pressure from American.
All right, this is probably a great video, but it's a little too long for my liking, especially for these live streams. I'm gonna pan it and move on, but thank you for that
Israelis aren't just settlers in Israel. They're moving and colonizing the world.
Parts of their town are being taken over.
Pushing local Israelis coming to a colony near you.
Limits in Thailand. Zionist territories in the north of Cyprus. From backpacking trails in South and Southeast Asia.
Shoulder a backpack and disappear into the world.
Thank you, Metal. And let everybody know. Let it be heard. Let it be said. Let it be told. Let it be learned. Where all my extra brain comes from.
To quiet European mountain towns, you'll find Israelis. We've mostly seen them take two forms. The war criminals fresh from service.
And then they go to detox in India.
And the liberals fleeing what they claim is a failing democracy.
Progetto Baita hanno contribuito ad evitare lo
On the surface, they couldn't seem more different. But watch how they move through the world, and you can see how Zionism produces a particular relationship to land and other people. One that is
I don't know why that's not happening. Usually I get little alerts, sound alerts for that. I'm not sure what that is. But thank you, Jess. I appreciate that.
Exploitative and violent, and that is not limited to Palestine.
Hey, Phoenix, welcome in. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your super.
One shows us how settlers act, and the other, how they think.
This is a very theatrical video, heavily produced.
For decades, tens of thousands of young Israelis have been going to South and Southeast Asia every year. It's a rite of passage for recently discharged soldiers known as the Big Trip. See, when Jewish Israelis graduate from high school at 18 years old, most of them are required to serve in the occupation forces. And after spending 2 or 3 years, many Israelis take months off afterwards to backpack, party, do drugs.
Oh, my sound, I still have a soundboard. Wait, where is it? I did have it. I still got it. See? That's for when we're listening to Zionists. And then this is when you decide to show me some appreciation, which is rare, but always appreciated. Yes. I love when you clap for me, even if I have to trigger it by hitting a button.
And find themselves.
עשיתי מעצר בחברון, עשיתי אחת מלחמת לבנון, עשיתי את הודו, בצפון עשיתי כמעט את הכל, דרמסלם ענה לי ואין על כסול, אבל...
India is one of the most popular destinations. So popular that Israelis have their own backpacking route. the Hummus Trail.
Places such as Dharamkot, Old Manali, Vashisht and Kasol have nearly half of their population of Israeli nationality.
Street signs in Hebrew, cafes serving fresh falafel and shakshuka.
One town called Kasol has been nicknamed Little Israel.
I know that word, shakshuka.
Institutions like Chabad and others have also set up shop on the trail.
He's one of a number of rabbis sent from Israel, the United States, and Canada to help young Israeli tourists traveling in this land of gods and goddesses to stay in touch with their Jewish roots.
An Israeli who runs a Jewish cultural center in one of the villages said, quote, "There's something in India that allows for wild freedom, like the Wild West. A sense that they can do whatever they want. Be that smoking weed, driving without a
manifest destiny
license, or making noise. This is what they seek here. And many of them do exactly that.
They just want to dance. I don't see what the big deal is.
Moving through communities across the region as though the usual rules don't apply.
I like the In the Hall of the Mountain King music.
Locals say their livelihoods are under threat from Israel.
Honestly, I find it a little distracting though, don't you?
He's working on tourist visas and running businesses without permits.
Some Israeli tourists are said to leave rented motorcycles on the roadside when gas runs out. Of all foreign visitors, only
How very Jewish of them.
Israelis have managed to build a religious center where they hold parties and celebrations.
This town is completely overrun with Israelis. I'm talking 3-to-1 ratio.
Alongside reports of several businesses illegally run by Israeli citizens.
Smoking weed in hospitals, barring ties from certain businesses, hotels and public
How do
spaces.
they get away with this shit?
Wait, they've been barring Thai citizens from places in Thailand? How does that work?
Yeah. Am I in Thailand or in Israel?
Obnoxious tourists come with many passports. And towns accommodating foreign visitors exist all over the world. But with Israeli tourists, there's something else at play.
Yeah, that would be arrogance, I'm pretty sure.
The disregard for local law, the entitlement, the disrespect. Where does all this come from?
Everywhere they go, it's just like, fuck you, bah.
To understand the tourist, you have to understand the culture that produced them.
Honestly, that's a great observation, Saeed. You would think there's billions and billions of them.
One of the most important words to understand in Israeli society is friar, usually translated as sucker.
You see, in Israel, being a fire doesn't just mean you're easily fooled. It's more about missing the chance to cut corners, dodge rules, or get ahead by any means necessary.
You ain't cheating, you're not trying.
In a society where bending the rules is often seen as savvy, being a fire means you're the one
or shiesty
who plays it straight. And that's not a compliment. In fact, being called a fire is one of the worst insults out there.
Join the back of the line. No, they're reserved. You threw my shirt on the floor?
There doesn't seem to be shame about exploiting.
Wow, and that's like their TikTok content. It's the only kind of content that they can create. It's always sadistic, it's condescending, it's cynical, it's callous, it's insulting, it's entitled, it's arrogant.
Someone else. The shame is in allowing
It's the only form of their joy, you know? It's the only thing that they find humorous is always at the expense of someone else.
Self to be exploited. That mentality is so ingrained, it has another name as well. The success method.
So I have a tiny dog named Lily, and I like to go on errands with her. When I went into my local Schufersal grocery store,
my local Schufersal,
they told me that I had to hold her if I wanted to come in. So the next time I went there, I looked for the person that told me this. When I couldn't find them, I put her on the ground like I wanted. So what was I doing that's just so Israeli? It's called Shitat Matzliach, which translates to success method, meaning doing what I want until someone tells me otherwise.
Behaving like a tyrant in public, like an absolute sociopath.
How I'm getting in without just standing all this time.
The assumption is that there's no harm in trying to push a boundary. And if nobody stops you, you've succeeded.
Today, more than 700,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem.
We can see this philosophy clearly in Palestine, in the relentless expansion of settlements, and in the continuous testing of what the world will tolerate. Pushing these boundaries requires a violence that doesn't remain
of all the things to be in this life, and this is the kind of human behavior you want to be known for?
Confined to Palestine. It travels with the settlers.
Go to Gaza with genocide, you do. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Okay. He's like, okay.
You love Palestine. I love Palestine. Go. You, mama.
That's my money, okay? Build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
The residents of Shargao Island reported unruly and rude behavior from a group of Israeli tourists.
A pro-Palestinian flag hanging outside a cafe in Siargao. A group of Israeli tourists allegedly destroyed CCTV cameras, threw rocks, and violently assaulted the owners.
There's a hostility and aggression so similar across all these clips. One that seems to exist in another form in the colony as well.
Excuse me, I ordered shakshuka.
Oh, and what is this?
Pizza.
And what did you order?
Shakshuka.
And what is this?
Pizza.
In Israel, we don't say, excuse me, do you know where my coffee is? I've been waiting a while. We say,
gross.
There's this image that Israelis seem to have of themselves, that they're direct, they have chutzpah. Aggression being seen as confidence isn't accidental.
It's institutional.
For centuries in Europe, Jews were stereotyped as weak, pale, and frail. Early Zionists internalized that image, speaking with contempt about this old Jew, and calling instead for a new Jew, one of a muscular Judaism who was powerful, assertive, and strong enough to colonize Palestine. The contempt for weakness ran so deep that many Holocaust survivors
See, that's why they like act that way, because they're insecure about their own weakness. Oh my God, we're like psychologically dismantling the entire Israeli behavior. They're insecure about their own strength. This is why they act that way. I get it.
Down upon for, quote, going like lambs to the slaughter. Israel was founded on extreme violence, and none of it was that long ago. The settlers of today are likely the children and grandchildren of the criminals behind the Nakba, who have since carried out many more crimes. So long as it is a settler colony, violence will be its culture, living in the DNA of its settlers. So are we surprised that this behavior is exhibited abroad? There's another place in the world where we can more clearly see how they think. A place that isn't exotic and different, but among people they recognize as their peers. And it's here where a different kind of settler lives, one who is polite and by the book, and who reveals how Zionism sees any land, regardless of the race of who it belongs to. Nestled beneath the Italian Alps is a region called Valsesia. Known as the greenest valley in Italy, it's a landscape of forested mountains and quiet towns.
Beautiful.
It's
All right,
also becoming
let's see how the Jews ruin this place.
Home to a growing community of Israelis.
Minacciano il sindaco, ma il vero bersaglio sono le famiglie israeliane trasferite in Valsesia.
Vanno a scuola con i nostri ragazzi, fanno calcio, fanno sport con i nostri ragazzi.
Un'oasi di pace minata da questo proiettile recapitato direttamente in comune.
They're part of an initiative called Progetto Beta, launched by an Israeli Italian, which has already brought in 80 Israeli families to the region. The arrangement is presented as a win-win. Valsesia was suffering from demographic decline, and these Israelis were looking for a new place to call home. They're middle class, educated, very secular, and believe that Israel was once a democracy that is now crumbling. Not because of the genocide or apartheid settler colonialism, but because this Zionism doesn't fit with their fantasy of what it should be. This group of settlers are what's known as liberal Zionists, and to understand them, we need to understand why they left. It began in early 2023.
Protesters blocked roads and scuffled with police in Tel Aviv on Wednesday morning.
So they were like, these Jews were like, we don't want to colonize Palestine anymore. We don't like how it's being done. Let's go colonize Italy instead.
Incensed by a controversial
What could go wrong?
plan to overhaul the Israeli judicial system.
Born in Israel, I fought for 30 years in this country.
This guy's name is Sheh. I will never trust a man who calls himself Sheh. Let the hand rubbing intensify.
Save this country. Now I'm fighting against the dictatorship. It's going to happen.
A judicial reform had hundreds of thousands of Israelis out in the streets, mostly secular Jews. They're the largest group in Israel and are the backbone of its economy.
Unfortunately, many of my friends check the options in other countries. I will not raise my kids in a country which is not democratic.
Fearing the collapse of what they believe is Israeli democracy, many began leaving.
She's like, I'm going to Iran. I'm going to go live in Iran. I want to live in an actual democracy. But yet we're told that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East.
To settle elsewhere. That's when Project Beta began. This article starts with a quote written by one of the settlers. As the number of hours of light in their country's democracy keeps diminishing,
Project Beta for Beta Jews.
More and more Israelis are arriving in the mountainous
The Alpha Jews are in Israel and the Beta Jews are in Italy.
Valley in their search for a new start. Underlying all this is a layer of pain, the pain of good Israelis who believed that after 2,000 years they could rest on their laurels, but were now taking up the Wanderer's staff once again.
The Wanderer's
Notice how he
staff.
says good Israelis. The founder of Project Beta uses similar language, saying he wanted to help, quote, good Israelis escape what Israel was becoming.
Are the good Israelis in the room with us?
Inherent in all this is a kind of entitlement. If it's not,
I guess the fact that there's the distinction being made of good Israelis implies it's opposite, which is evil. Evil Israelis.
working out here, I have the right to go and try this project elsewhere. Zionism claims it is a movement of return, and yet all these people who acknowledge how essential they are to the makeup of the colony feel comfortable abandoning the project to try it elsewhere. The settler mentality is not bound to Palestine. That was just a convenient narrative. You can hear it in how they talk about the town they've moved to in Italy. There's something virginal about this place, in the sense of innocent but also open. It wants to be fertilized. Notice that the valley isn't described as an existing home with its own history, which goes back for centuries. And you can hear it in how they talk about Palestine, the land they claim is their homeland. With all due respect for the talk about the...
Yeah, they're so persecuted that they'll go to Thailand and other places and ban the indigenous population from going to their places of businesses.
Beautiful land of Israel. Israel is perhaps beautiful compared to Syria or Saudi Arabia, but Europe and the Alps are a different world. This is not surprising when every settler quoted in the article is a settler from somewhere else.
Sono israeliani, ma molti sono francesi, portoghesi, tedeschi.
To be a settler is to have no relationship with the land. It's just a place to settle. And to feel entitled to it over its indigenous inhabitants takes a certain...
This is from Uncivilized, a YouTube channel called Uncivilized.
Cocktail of supremacy and entitlement. For one of the settlers in Italy, a life coach specializing in consciousness studies, the push to leave the colony came in October 2023. She needs quiet to work. And when she realized that she'd have to give courses from her safe room, she decided to leave. The biggest threat to Israel is religion. And it's a threat that cannot
people don't like having to go to their safe rooms because they're getting bombed.
be resolved. And when it comes
The biggest threat to Israel is religion.
into confrontation with a conflict over land,
I think
that's
the biggest threat to Israel is Israel.
a place I can no longer live in. There's so much to unpack
Liberals, man.
there, but the biggest takeaway is how far removed she is from reality, and from how she is a settler and not a victim. Where does this victimization come from?
Tens of
They
thousands
have a monopoly on victimhood.
of Israeli high school students fly to Poland each year to learn firsthand about the Holocaust.
זה בעיקרון מה שאני רוצה להרגיש במסע, את התחושה של לא לסלוח ולא לשכוח.
Israeli children are immersed from an early age in stories of exile, persecution, and catastrophe. Holocaust education begins in nursery school and continues all the way until graduation, all with the undertone that there is the constant possibility that history could repeat itself.
מלבד זה יוצא איתכם גם מאבטחים, יוצאים איתכם מאבטחים. המאבטחים לא יאפשרו לכם ליצור שום קשר עם האוכלוסייה המקומית. יפגשו שם אנשים שלא אוהבים אותנו.
זה כאילו האיכות שלנו, שאתה יודע שאף אחד לא סובל אותך, אבל אתה גאה בזה.
לא יודעת, על כל מיני דברים כאלה. ובעצם כשהילד יודע שיש לו שונאים, זה גורם לך איזה סוג של כעס לצד השני, לכאב, כעס, אפילו שנאה.
Fresh from learning all of that, by 18, nearly every Jewish Israeli enters the occupation forces.
Let me go back on that quote. I want to listen to
הם
it.
לא יאפשרו לכם ליצור שום קשר עם האוכלוסייה המקומית. תפגשו שם אנשים שלא אוהבים אותנו.
זה כאילו האיכות שלנו.
That's what makes us special, Yair
אתה יודע
said.
שאף אחד לא סובל אותך, אבל
That no one can stand us, but that we are proud of
אתה
it.
גאה בזה.
לא יודעת, על כל
And if a kid knows from the start that he is
מיני דברים
hated,
כאלה. ובעצם כשהילד יודע שיש לו שונאים, זה גורם לך איזה
it evokes anger toward the other
סוג של
side.
כעס לצד השני, לכאב, כעס, אפילו שנאה.
Fresh from learning all of that, by 18, nearly every Jewish Israeli enters the occupation forces. It's this perpetual victimhood that makes soldiers who have committed war crimes still believe in the Zionist project.
Many of the soldiers this therapist sees say they don't regret their actions.
Most understand very well why we went to war, but for a few, it's an issue.
The settlers in Valsacia seem to have problems with how Israel is running. But they still believe, or once strongly did, in the Zionist project. We brought up our children on Zionist ideals because all in all, we believed in the state. We all volunteered for a year of community service and served in the IDF, the miracle that is known as the establishment of the State of Israel and its values of solidarity. All that is
You're right. Only insecure people act like this.
vanishing.
Only weak people, cowards.
Most settlers in the
act like
article
this.
seem to think this way, that the problem is Netanyahu's government, religious extremism, the occupation, not the concept of a settler colonial ethno-state. These people haven't rejected Zionism. They just think it's gone off course. And when the sun sets on one settler fantasy, it rises on another.
I think it's pretty on
Italy.
course.
Or Greece, Portugal, Cyprus, the US, depending on which group you're in. There's New Israeli Village with the goal of establishing a city of leading Israelis in another country.
They're just scrambling, dude. Historically scrambling throughout the ages, trying to find a place where they can exploit the host country. I say host because obviously the analogy is that they're parasites.
Another group called New Israel Israeli State Democratic Liberal is looking to make a massive land purchase and is considering Cyprus. Other groups include Israel 2.0.
Do Jews just ever just practice their religion? Or are they just always nationalistic and political and militaristic?
Noah's Ark 2.0 and Plan B.
The anti-Israeli graffiti is found on almost every wall in Athens.
In Greece, there's been an Israeli real estate invasion.
You have actual kibbutzes that are being formed outside of Thessaloniki. You have eco-retreats for IOF soldiers to find rehabilitation for their trauma after genociding.
In Cyprus, Israelis are buying up a lot of property.
Βλέπουμε να εξελίσσονται φαινόμενα δημιουργίας κλειστών περιοχών, γκέτο, από υπηκόους του Ισραήλ, με δημιουργία σιωνιστικών σχολείων και συναγωγών.
And this goes all the way to the top. The governments of Greece and Cyprus are acting as Israel's genocidal wingmen. They've become closer than ever in defense, diplomacy, and energy.
They even signed a deal, which actually is quite a colonial one. It gives the right to the Israeli Defense Forces and Air Force to use Greek airspace and Greek territory for practicing war games without even the consent of the Greek government. That's becoming a satellite of another country.
Training for war in foreign and unknown territory, with the most training
that is so judacious of them.
Actually being carried out in Cyprus.
Across the world, governments are opening their doors to more Zionist presence. The great irony in all this is that while Israelis travel to detox or find themselves or settle elsewhere because life has become too hard, the Palestinians they dispossess to fulfill this fantasy that they're fleeing from can barely move, not even within Palestine, let alone across the world. There is an entitlement and a violence and a delusion baked into Zionism that doesn't contain itself within the colony's borders. It is a settler ideology, and settlers don't stop being settlers when they cross a border.
Yeah.
A special thank you to our supporters on Patreon.
It's part of their culture, you know? That was a great video. That's from Uncivilized on YouTube. You should go follow him. Okay, Daddy's Little Wet Wet has a clip for us. They say it's outdated but funny, I
The
promise.
Epstein files are so bad. In fact, they've confirmed what I've always believed. These people are the minions of Satan. I mean, what the hell is this? Is this BDSM? Is that what that is? Like a strap or something to smack on someone's ass? Looks like it to me. Not that I've ever indulged in such stuff. Now, can someone tell me what this is?
So it looks like an exhibit set up. It looks like a discount giveaway at Rabbi Shmuley's kosher sex shop.
I mean, these are condoms over here. These are cuffs.
What's in that that blurred square?
A feather. Is that seem like
it's not a feather? It's a butt plug. Yeah, the feathery thing, sure, but the real important part of that is the butt plug part.
Like some kind of sexual item.
Shmuley's already calling his lawyer.
What the hell is this? Maybe they were playing a game. Maybe with this victim or whoever, they were playing a game of nurse. What is this? Is that a butt plug?
That's a vibrator.
Oh,
Not that I would know.
Looking at it all wrong. Wow.
He's like, wow, so many new things. What is this?
Dirty bugger.
Dirty bugger. All right, it was mildly funny. Daddy's Little Wet Wet. I felt like I was looking at Daddy's Little Wet Wet. Whatever's in his top drawer. Whatever's in Daddy's Little Wet Wet's top drawer. That's what that was.
If they got a baby, but they can't look after it or anything like that, so...
This young girl exposes how elites and agencies operate. She saw it all.
If they get a baby, they
Who do they give the baby to? Do they sell the baby or just give them?
They don't just give them, they sell it because they can't really... They sometimes give, but they don't just give it like borrow, like for like a rent. They give it away because sometimes families are poor, So like in Tanja, there are people who had baby children and they were really poor. They couldn't afford food.
Interesting. I also I'm a little bit insecure about showing clips with CHILDREN in them, because that's what I got a warning for. So even though there's nothing wrong with that, it's pretty based of that young girl to understand so much. But oh, okay, Comrade Cranky, thank you for correcting me. It was a wand. A wand that what? Vibrates? Yeah. To excite certain genitalia parts? Yes. Point stands.
Kennedy, I believe you also visited the Middle East on your trip. Now, why is it that we Americans have so many enemies in the Middle East today?
Well, I think that there's two reasons. In the first place, all of these countries, stretching from French North Africa to the South China Sea, French Indochina, all of these countries have been or still are under the domination of Western powers, the so-called
Wow, John F. Kennedy speaking the truth.
white powers. And there, therefore, is a heritage of animosity and hatred directed against the West, and as we are the strongest of the Western powers, we fall heir to a great deal of that. Secondly, these people live on a marginal level. Their standard of living is very low. Most of them are illiterate. And they have this past history of Western exploitation. The communists, or at least the Russians, have not had a comparable colonial experience in this area. They move
Damn, this guy's spitting
among the people and say, how could you be worse off than you now are? Come with us and you might be better off. It's compounded by the fact that in some of these countries they have native oligarchies who are corrupt and are not concerned about the welfare of the people. All these things compound in these difficult days make for a fertile field for communist infiltration and weakness for the West.
Well, now, what can we do, sir, to retrieve the situation?
And he's what, like in his early 30s at this point? And to his credit, JFK, along with his brother, did actually tour the world. I mean, they were very privileged, as members of the Kennedy family were and are, but it's one thing that can be said from, as I understand it, that he and his brother actually toured a lot of the places in the world that were historical antagonists to the United States, and he actually listened to them. He tried to understand their point of view. And I think that his answer here is probably the summation of all that he learned from abroad by traveling to these countries.
Well, I think that the odds are against us in Southeast Asia. We might as well recognize it. But nevertheless,
Write
there
it
are
off?
some things that we can. No, I wouldn't write it off because I don't think we can afford to do it. But I think that in the first place, I don't see any point in giving these governments large sums of money. But I would, because a lot of it will be wasted, but I would, and we haven't got it anymore, but I would give them technical assistance. We have done that in India. We sent out people from the Department of Agriculture who showed them how to increase their food productivity, which is their great shortage. And
he's sort of standing in contradiction to stated U.S. foreign policy objectives, especially in the Cold War, which is to debt trap the entire world, debt trap all these countries, and make them food dependent on the United States. You saw how his answer was dealing with enriching these countries, trying to make them food independent.
I would support the natives in those areas.
At least his answer is saying
their aspirations, even if they don't always do what we want them to do. I would support the free countries of India, Asia, India, Ceylon, Indonesia, Burma. I would support the native aspirations in countries like Iran, even if it happens to be against the interests of the West. That's right.
Even if it happens to be against the interests of the West, he said.
Their attempts and liberal groups, and even if they happen to be working against the Western powers with which we are closely allied. I think we have to support the natives in their attempts to be independent, or otherwise those areas will be seized by the communists.
Now, you see, that's sort of not Dwight D. Eisenhower's thinking, because Eisenhower viewed Arab indigenous nationalism, which JFK supports in his answer here. Dwight D. Eisenhower viewed that as indistinguishable from communism, because both of those movements or ideas or policies of communism or indigenous nationalism in the Middle East, they both were after the same thing, which was agrarian land reform. They wanted to kick out American corporations, nationalize their oil industry, take control of their resources in their land. And that's a pretty based answer from JFK. I mean, you know, JFK is still a war criminal and responsible for war crimes, but you know, as far as like U.S. presidents go, he's not quite so bad as a lot of the other ones. And look what happened to him. Look what Israel did. Look what the CIA did to him. That tells you everything. And look what transpired afterwards. All right, here is a link posted by our esteemed friend of the stream and Discord/YouTube moderator, Obi169.
When you watch videos on social media, you should keep in mind in the back of your head that you may be watching propaganda that was paid for by U.S. big tech corporations. Because the U.S. news...
That's a safe bet.
Website Wired revealed that big tech corporations from Silicon Valley are paying influencers on social media to spread disinformation against China and to spread propaganda in support of U.S. AI companies.
And it's not gonna work.
This report reveals that
spoiler alert,
Silicon Valley oligarchs from corporations like OpenAI and Palantir are funding a super PAC, a political action committee called Leading the Future, which is working with a dark money group called Build American AI. And they are funding influencers on social media to spread this propaganda. And they're not only targeting influencers who talk about politics and technology, they're also targeting apolitical lifestyle influencers to spread this disinformation. The report notes that marketing agencies are pitching influencers...
I'm thinking of Clavicular there.
...deals such as paying them $5,000 to publish one TikTok video.
All psyops, man. They're all industry plants.
To amplify Build American AI's messaging about how China should be seen as a threat, whereas US AI corporations are cuddly unicorn and rainbow companies that just make everyone's lives so much better, and all they care about is benevolence and peace. If you don't believe me, this is the ridiculous propaganda that they're asking influencers to read and paying them money. I'm reading, this is an exact quote from their propaganda. Quote, I just learned that China is trying really hard to beat the U.S.
I'll make the greatest anti-Chinese AI video you've ever seen for $5,000. I'm right there with you, Lolo.
US and AI.
Let's do it.
If they do, it could mean that China gets personal data from me
Lolo,
and my
can we make it 10? We'll make it 10. 10,000.
Kids and take jobs that should be here in the US. In the AI innovation race, I'm Team USA, end quote. That's the kind of propaganda that influencers are getting paid thousands of dollars for one video.
Sample message.
When you watch videos
what did that?
Videos on social media, you should keep in mind in the back of your head, I'm Team.
So the sample messaging provided by Build American AI to content creators includes lines like, I just learned that China is trying really hard to beat the US in AI. If they do, it could mean that China gets personal data from me and my kids and take my gerbs that should be here in the United States. That's so funny, right? Because industrial monopolists in connection with the bankers in Wall Street have outsourced, offshored our jobs, our gerbs. They've outsourced it to China to exploit more cheap labor because our labor has been priced out because our consumer goods and our rent is so high. So it's like now the cost of living is higher, so now our wages have to be higher. Our employers have to cover all that rent we're indebted to. So literally our labor is being priced out of the market. So they're like, well, fuck Americans. Let's outsource to China and or Africa or wherever, and exploit the labor force there. And then they're saying, oh, well, China's gonna take our jobs away. It's like, no, those jobs were given away by American employers. You dumb fucks.
USA, end quote. That's the kind of propaganda that influencers are getting paid thousands of dollars for one video.
Good video. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Yeah, we saw this crazy bitch talking about privatizing water and air.
Israel First U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham is dominating the headlines because
we've seen that already, Jack Mental. God damn you.
From the first Intifada, I worked consistently in Gaza.
Hey, thank you, John. I appreciate that super.
What has happened with us watching the international community allowing what has happened has been probably the most shocking and distressing thing I've seen in my lifetime. And I've gone through 18 wars and 3 genocides.
Okay, Thugbone, let's play your latest track. Where is it? Can you share it with us?
We are doing is creating double standards
probably
of
find it.
humanitarian assistance. There is one set of laws for Ukraine, and I work in Ukraine, and I'm very deeply loyal to what is happening there. But there is one thing that happens in Ukraine, and there's another thing that happens in Gaza. If a bomb falls on a hospital in Ukraine, Ursula von der Leyen says it's a war crime, and 6 people are killed. If a bomb falls, if many bombs fall in Gaza, and hundreds of people are killed overnight, well, that's Israel's right to defend themselves.
Yep. Always on display, the implicit double standard of U.S. hegemonic violence.
I just think Spain is doing an amazing job, and also, and I know this is going to make me cry, in a place where you feel repression and censorship, to see Spain and to see the president and what he says and what the support that he's giving about Gaza, and to have actors like Javier Bardem and come forward with such a strong
We love Susan Sarandon, and we love Javier Bardem, and we love Spain.
voice is so important to us at the United States. I can't tell you, when you turn on the TV and you see how strong Spain is and how clear that you are morally about these issues, it makes you feel less alone, and it makes you feel that there is hope. You don't
We need to go Anton Chigurh on Israel is what we need to do. Thank you,
know
Bubbles.
that
I appreciate that, Bubbles.
exists. And when someone stands up so strongly, when a nation stands up, and I include Ireland in this too, I can't tell you how very important it is to those of us who are trying in an atmosphere that is very difficult, when we see that kind of strength.
Space Orbison is Spanish decent. So you're a decent Spanish person? Are you trying to imply that most Spanish are indecent? But you, on the other hand, are Spanish decent? Oh, you mean descent. Okay.
And moral clarity, how much it means to us. So I thank you.
All right, Susan. Keep it together, Susan. We love you. Don't cry. Don't cry, Susan. Oh, by the way, speaking of Javier Bardem, he's so based. I've been watching that Cape Fear. He's so good in it. Highly recommend that. Here he is.
There's no reason why to kill innocent civilians in any place in the world. But what Israel has been doing for many years now, it's a full genocide, and it's been documented as such. And having a president like Milei supporting that and being proud of that, and also figures like Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, being very proud about pointing out to Argentina as a representation of themselves, which is not fair, I would say. It's not fair for Argentina.
Agreed.
It has brought this extra weight to the match that I don't think belonged to the match. But of course, it's in the ambience. It's in the ambience. And I don't think it's fair, because there are many people from Argentina that really don't support Milei, as many people in the States that don't support Trump, which, by the way,
Are you trying to say I can't read? Why are people saying that I can't read. Obviously, I've read your comment. It demonstrates skill that I can, in fact, read. You know, I'm not dumb like people say. I'm smart. I can read good, in fact. Really good.
Right, he wanted to be in the picture, but it was great how these players who was looking at him like, no, we have to make the picture without you, and until you leave, we're not taking the picture. So he had to leave, and I was very proud of that as well.
It was, but it was almost like an old people's home where Infantino had to come guide this elderly, doddering, maybe dementia-clad man. This is the direction, sir. Although many would argue it was classic, cynical Trump trying to make it all about himself. It's interesting on Palestine. By the way, you mentioned Hamas. I should just point out for viewers, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, indicted 5 people for war crimes in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu, the former defense minister Yoav Gallant, and 3 Hamas leaders. All of those 3 Hamas leaders, I believe, are dead. But Netanyahu and Gallant are still, roaming freely. Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, got in trouble again for saying what he first said to me in 2024, which is that he would like to arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York, but he doesn't know if he has the legal power to do it. Are you amazed, Javier, to see this global outpouring of support for Palestine? You and I have spoken before. You've talked to me about how, it goes back to your family and your childhood supporting Palestine. Did you ever think you'd live in a world where people who are not even political, are not even into sport, and they're saying, well, I'm supporting Spain because I support Palestine, where you've got the American public, according to polls, now saying they either support Palestine as much as Israel or more than Israel? Are you surprised to see that big shift in public opinion globally and in the US?
I am surprised, and I'm glad that shifting is happening in the people's reaction towards, in this case, a genocide and war crimes. And I think it's because the actions that we've been witnessing.
Yeah, we've been seeing it live streamed to us
through all these years towards the Palestinian population are so atrocious. They are so horrible to
Thank you, Donkey. I see your
understand or make
comment. I
sense of.
appreciate that.
That anybody with a minimal common sense understand that is wrong. And what is important here is the detail. Israeli government and right-wing Zionism extreme leaders like Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and all his cabinet are also not a representation of the Jewish community at all. And that's important to also stress out, because it's normal.
Yeah, well, you should be sorry, because that was below the belt, Phoenix. Hooked on phonics. You're really dating yourself now, aren't you? But you know what? You sent me $5, so I will forgive the transgression, and we can go back to being friends, all right? Just don't let it happen again. And if it does happen again, that's fine. Just pay me to suffer the insubordination.
For the people to have this reaction towards the policies of Israel towards Palestinian people, and we have to support that and encourage that, so people can point out, and there's accountability, because without accountability, there is no justice. And without justice, there is no peace. Period.
Well said.
No justice, no peace.
But we have to be very alert and very aware, and also point out any crime against people who get that as an excuse to be or to have some anti-Semite actions or reactions, or not as much as Islamophobic actions or reactions. But it's absolutely legit to criticize a government that is committing such a crime like Israel in Palestine or on the West Bank, which is absolutely crazy to see the impunity that they are dealing with, that they are having, and that's what is creating on a worldwide level the reaction that is created on the people, and also because young generations are absolutely new in this world, and they are watching this with new brown eyes, and that's great.
Yes.
They are not infected by old stories, old narratives, and they are understanding that this is wrong and has to change, and that is a great thing. There is no reason.
It's interesting, the contradiction that Javier Bardem, the characters that he plays are so sadistically evil. They're like Israeli characters. He's so good at playing such menacing, evil characters. And yet he's so based in real life. I'm a big Javier Bardem fan, okay? He's like my favorite actor right now, if you can't tell. Javier is Spanish and his English is better than some people. Well, what do you mean by that, okay? Quit being so passive-aggressive, Saeed. Are you talking about me? Because if you're talking about me, why don't you just say that, all right? Just say it to my face. Some people, huh? What do you mean, exactly? What do you mean by you people, Saeed? Don't make me hit send on that harshly worded email, because I'll do it. I've already got it typed up for the occasion. Oh, is that what we're going with? Is that what you call sadistic, murdering psychopaths, Kirin? Oh, he was just deeply suffering. He had a mental health episode. I don't like what you're implying here, Saeed. I really don't like that. Oh, he wasn't talking about me? Whoops. I'm very egocentric, guys, especially on these live streams. I always interpret every comment to be about me. Always. It leads to a lot of confusion and laughter. Yep, that was a great movie. This Dutch guy, yeah, he did a video about Palm Beach Pete. I actually didn't watch it. I just thought it was interesting. I thought we could watch it now.
Why does no one talk about the fact that this happened?
That's Palm Beach Pete. Oh.
Well, well, well.
Jeffrey.
First of all, why would
he responded to Jeffrey?
You react to a name that isn't yours? Second of all, did you see his face? Once he realized that he got caught, he went...
He was texting while driving, too.
Palm Beach Pete!
And that was on Shabbat, by the way.
We all know, buddy. We all know. Drop the facade.
Come on now. Come on now. Quit playing these games. Look at this. Israel is building a separation barrier inside Gaza. This is a post that looks like it's a lot of information. It says that Israel currently occupies around 70% of Gaza and is moving to permanently annex the territory. Israel is building a miles-long earthen barrier inside of Gaza, entrenching its occupation of roughly 70% of the Gaza Strip. The wall is being constructed using basic materials, including rock, sand, and earth. More than 23 kilometers of the barrier has already been built through areas where Palestinian communities were ethnically cleansed from their homes during Israel's genocide in Gaza following what was formerly known as the Yellow Line. Behind this new separation wall, Israel continues to destroy what remains of civilian infrastructure, including homes, schools, water systems, making any return or rebuilding impossible. With this latest move, Israel's physical occupation of Gaza is moving closer to becoming permanent. The apartheid state is expanding its control over the majority of the Strip, while roughly 2 million Palestinians remain trapped in an ever-shrinking area of land that continues to be bombed daily. There's the new earthen barrier, as seen from satellite imagery. Not too surprising there. All right. Thugbone, where is this video here? Okay, here it is. Here's Thugbone's latest. It's called Fuck Israel and F-sharp minor. Language, parental advisory. Oh, the video is age restricted. We've got to go watch it on... I got to verify my age? Oh my God. Well, we can't watch it. Not about to dox myself like that. That's so fucked up. They really did it. They really did it to you. It's all because it's because you said the dirty I word. Shouldn't have been talking. It shouldn't say fuck Israel. The big no-no. It's too much work, okay? Not right now. I'm sorry. If there's a way that maybe you could post it without YouTube, if you just post the video in Discord, maybe we could watch it like that.
Iran has shifted strategy a bit from when the war began. In the beginning, Iran was hitting Israel directly. I don't know when Americans are going to wake up to this, but, you know, Israel has never fought alongside Americans for any of the wars ever. This war was the first time that Israel had some involvement at the beginning of the war. But since then, they have no involvement right now. In fact, I'm reading reports today that Israel's considering joining in on the war.
Did you share a link, Saeed? I don't see it here. Where's your... Oh, there it is. There is... You did share a link. Look at you. You said, did you know that in order for you to rule the world, you need to move into nations and have lots of children? Those pesky Muslims. Someone called Tyler Oliveira. This is a clip that says, is Officer Tatum responsible for Muslims being targeted?
Do you think that Charlie Kirk spewed hatred?
Yeah, I'll say it to you. He thought you, as a black man...
Officer Talmud. Officer Talmud went to Israel and only got spit on one time. He loves Israel. He loves the Jews. The Jews only spit on Officer Talmud one time. Had a great time.
We're better off during slavery.
Foolery that you're saying right now is what got him killed.
So here we saw Brandon Tatum claim that people saying that Charlie Kirk spewed hatred is what got him killed. Meanwhile, right now on his YouTube channel, he has videos fear-mongering about how Islam is going to take over the world.
This guy looks like he belongs with Daniela Weiss's cult. He looks like one of those settlers. What's going on here? Who's the good guy? I know it's not Officer Tatum. Is this guy good?
Eventually rule the entire earth, every nation. This is why they keep moving into nations and having lots of children. And the goal ultimately is...
So he's watching an Islamophobic video, which literally is projecting what the wandering tribe of Jews do worldwide.
When they bring complete and total domination of the world, they will rule.
And he's like, yep, no, definitely that slaps for sure. Couldn't possibly be Jewish projection.
Fist. It'll bring about a peace that will then allow a king to rise up and rule the world as his kingdom, their king.
This is literally Judaism. This is exactly what the founding of Judaism was about, establishing a holy nation for the Jewish people. And the guy is projecting, it's palpable. It's like, wow, I mean, like, what do you, I'm speechless here.
With an iron fist, it'll bring about a peace that will then allow a king to rise up.
And the king in this equation, even though he's talking about Islam, in Judaism, the king that was supposed to return and rise up was King David. After after Hashem called home the Jews to the Holy Land and they established their holy nation, that was supposed to be when King David reigned post-rapture.
And rule the world as his kingdom, their king. This is the Antichrist.
Where's the lie?
So I'm
well, look at his face. Where's the lie? My God.
Curious, because if he's going to be consistent, isn't his rhetoric responsible for this? A Muslim being stabbed 15 times just because he's a Muslim?
It began with what seemed like an ordinary...
Well, he missed the obvious low-hanging fruit from reacting to that clip, which is that the pastor that Officer Talmud was reacting to was projecting Judaism onto Islam.
Conversation. A customer asked another man where he was from. Then came another question. Are you a Muslim? Well, moments later, the employee was stabbed inside a busy Utah shopping mall. Police say the suspect deliberately targeted him because of his faith. The victim is a man named Syed Sahel Uddin, an Indian national working at a kiosk inside Valley Fair Mall in West Valley City.
They're just attacking fucking low-level wage workers that are immigrants.
Utah.
So
a witness who works at a nearby jewelry store described what she saw.
He asked, "Where are you from?" And he told him, "I'm from India. My name's Sohail." Larson asked, "Are you Muslim?" And Sohail said yes, and he just began stabbing him.
During the incident, Sohail was stabbed 15 times. He underwent multiple surgeries and remains in a critical condition. Before police arrived, several bystanders tackled the attacker, restraining him until officers reached the scene. Well, the suspect was identified as 48-year-old Peter Michael Larson. He was treated for injuries sustained during the restraint.
And Larson rhymes with arson, and arson is a national pastime for Israelis.
And taken into custody. What investigators found when they spoke to Larson was unambiguous. He told them he had deliberately chosen the victim because he was Muslim.
Chosen? So the Muslim was chosen in this case.
He said he intends to kill Muslims. Syed Sahel Uddin is described by friends as a devoted husband and father, a man who worked hard to support his family. Religious organizations have voiced concern over what they describe as the growing threat posed by anti-Muslim rhetoric.
So are such people going to claim responsibility regarding how their rhetoric leads to Muslims being attacked and change the way they speak about Muslims? I'm looking forward to Tatum's apology video and him taking down all of his videos containing dangerous anti-Islam propaganda.
I'm looking forward to Officer Tatum's apology video to me for his blatant ignorance and shekel maxing. Nice video, Saeed. This time. But you're on thin ice, my friend. My Muslim friend.
A new investigative report from the U.S. Department of War's Office of Inspector General, DOWIG, reveals that an ammunition plant in Mesquite, Texas, failed to produce a single subcomponent for 155mm artillery shells, despite receiving nearly $500 million from the U.S. Army, funded through supplemental spending bills from fiscal years 2022 and 2023.
Oh, you do you? Prove it.
As of March 2026. This failure represents a severe blow to the Pentagon's ambitious plan to ramp up production of this NATO standard artillery ammunition. How is it possible that nearly $500 million has already been spent, yet not a single 155mm shell component has been successfully produced? According to the report, the plant was supposed to have been producing 30,000 155mm shells every month since October 2025, but as of March this year, not a single one had been delivered.
And why would that be, Saeed? Because you have video of you banging my mom? Is that where this is going? I see all of your clever little ploys.
The report even stated that no deliveries are expected before this coming September. The investigation concluded that the high-risk plan to utilize older machinery to produce the modern M795 artillery shell instead backfired. The facility, named the Universal Artillery Project Line, is operated by General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems, GDOTS, and inaugurated in May 2024 amid high media attention and great expectations. However, the reality on the ground fell short of expectations. Rather than building new machinery for the Mesquite plant, the Army allowed General Dynamics to convert machines previously used to produce M107 shells, an older 155mm model that had been replaced by the M795. Yet, the M795 is capable of being fired approximately 6 kilometers farther than the M107.
Hey, you know what? It takes one to know one, Saeed, okay? You sick fuck.
More powerful explosive charge.
Still one of my favorite things to call you. Call you, I mean you like the royal we, or The chatters at large. Call them sick fucks.
As a result of this failure, the new production line was never able to produce M795 components that met specifications using the retrofitted equipment, prompting the Army to order a complete halt to operations and spending in August 2025.
That's
an order that
so
remained in
lame.
effect until
There's got to be a way to get it to work. We'll figure it out, I promise you.
at least April 2026. Overall, between February 2022 and September 2025, the U.S. Army
You know
spent
what?
$4.5
I think I could actually probably figure this out, because if I'm logged in here, if I just type in your, let's see, let's just type in, see if we could find, Bone Thugs and Harmony pops up, of course. But like, I am subscribed to your page, so let's see, I can find you. Here we go. I bet I'll be able to play it now, because it recognizes. All right, we got it. We're in it.
Fuck everything to do with Israel. Fuck Zionism. If you're a Zionist, fuck you too. If your family are Zionist, fuck them too. If your friends are Zionist, fuck them.
Okay, I had it on. The playback speed was way too fast. Sorry about that.
Too. Your colleagues and your workplace are Zionist. Guess what? Fuck them too.
Let's go back.
Fuck Israel. Fuck everything to do with Israel. Fuck Zionism. If you're a Zionist, fuck you too. If your
That's
family
Richard Medhurst, huh? That was a based clip.
are Zionist, fuck them too. If your friends are Zionist, fuck them too. Your colleagues and your workplace are Zionist. Guess what? Fuck them too. You are fucking scum. I'm not even talking about the bombs. There's no food. There's no water. Fuck Israel. Fuck everything to do with Israel. Fuck Zionism. If you're a Zionist, fuck you too. If your family are Zionist, fuck them too. If your friends are Zionist, fuck them too. Your colleagues at your workplace are Zionist. Guess what? Fuck them too. You are fucking scum.
These are lyrics I can get behind for
The
sure.
West, fuck Israel, fuck all these so-called Arab kingdoms that are just Western puppet states created by the West. Just fuck them from A to Z, from top to bottom, from front to backwards. They're truly the scum of the earth. The scum of the earth. You would never eat dog food. You would never allow yourselves and your fucking friends to have to eat horse food and fucking donkey food. You hypocritical pieces of fucking shit. Fuck everything to do with you. Fuck
I
your
guess I
entire
can understand why they age restricted this.
existence. You people are bastards. You're hypocrites and fucking genocidal bastards.
Nice drop there, Thugbone.
Fuck Israel. Fuck everything to do with Israel. Fuck Zionism. If you're a Zionist, fuck you too. If your family are Zionist, fuck them too. If your friends are Zionist, fuck them too. Your colleagues at your workplace are Zionist. Guess what? Fuck them too. You are fucking scum.
Could use some more cowbell, yeah. It's the new summer jam, guys. This song has only 3 likes. I think we can do better. Let's post this in the chat and make sure you go follow Thugbone. Let's get his view count up there. More people need to see and listen to these bangers. Did it send? I don't see the link. I did share it here. Try that again. I think it's eating my comments because it knows their links. But there it is. Thugbone's got it. Follow Thugbone. What do we say? We got to leave a comment. based and goat sauced. Right? Did I do it right? Based and goat sauced. Does that mean anything? In my mind, it made sense. Maybe I should have said goat cheesed. But no, that wouldn't work. Okay, let's not watch that anymore. Let's go to... I was talking about this clip down here. We were like halfway through it, but...
Your taxes pay for nothing. They never have, and they never will.
Well, I don't know if
you
they
will have
pay
been
for
told
nothing.
countless times that your taxes pay for all the things the government spends on, from defence to roads to hospitals to education and so on. But any government that owns its own currency doesn't use tax money to pay for a thing. And that accounts for most of the national governments in the world today. Apologies to those with the euro and countries like Ecuador that use the US dollar, this part isn't for you. For the purpose of this video, we are talking about national governments with a sovereign currency.
Oh, you're right. The
Government
guy
spending
is
with an
Australian.
owned and
This is
controlled
bad.
currency occurs not by taking
I'm
money from
not going to listen to an Australian try to tell me how the monetary policy works in the United States.
taxes or other revenue, but by creating new money, which the government has the power to do in unlimited amounts.
Why do y'all say it like that? Do. What are you doing? You don't need to do all that. You're doing too much, Australia.
A government in this position spends by creating new money electronically. Someone
Quantitative
at the central
easing.
bank types new numbers onto a
There you
screen
go.
and new money is made. There's no need to take money from somewhere else if you can create
That's
it
right.
just
They
like
just
that.
create it.
Nobody likes
And it's just debt. It ends up being debt.
paying taxes, and we all expect to get something in return for paying them. So if the government doesn't spend your taxes, what are taxes for? In the first instance, taxes
You
are
know,
what
I typically watch... I would love to watch Michael Hudson with you, and we have at certain points. We do entertain clips of him speaking because he's so erudite, but I usually reserve listening to him off stream. It's just a wealth of information, and he talks and he goes on, and it's usually the really long-winded answers and long clips. So these streams, you know, you got to take it for what it is. It's more short-form content for your viewing pleasure, but we do chop it up quite a bit on the financial front. I have been reading a lot of Michael Hudson lately and sharing with you the things that I've been learning.
gives a currency its value. The coins, notes, and numbers on a screen don't have inherent value to them. So what gives them the value we all accept them as having every day? When a government introduces a new currency, there is no real reason for anybody to want it. Nobody will accept a currency as payment unless they are confident that other people they are going to buy from will want the currency too. To instill value, the government requires taxes to be paid in that currency. Then everybody who pays taxes needs some of that currency, so a demand for it is created. The government can now spend the currency for the things it wants, because all the population wants some. This also highlights the fallacy of the idea that a government taxes you and then spends the money. No one can pay taxes in the currency if the government hasn't spent any of it yet, because no one will have any of that currency. Spending must come first and taxes second. Taxes also regulate the amount of money in the economy. When the government spends by creating money, the total amount of money in the system goes up and up by a considerable amount each year if you look at an average government budget. If there is a lot more money available, the supply is high, so the value of the currency falls and you have inflation. Taxes are the government taking some of that money back out of the system. What the government actually does with your taxes is destroy them. The currency is deleted out of existence in order to maintain a stable amount of money in the economy. As grim as the idea of the money you pay in taxes going up in smoke is, doing that prevents the money you still have from going down in value. So it's a win in the end.
I don't know if I agree with all this.
Taxes also prevent inflation in a more specific way. If the government decides to buy up all of an available resource, it can.
I mean, our tax dollars are definitely spent on something. It's just not being spent on us.
Hey, you might be wondering, how's the deep state doing? Well, let's check in with our deep state political correspondent, Tim Dillon. How are they doing, Tim?
They're in the White House. They have the Congress. They have the Senate. They have the Supreme Court. It is them.
Well, Tim, I think you have...
Okay, I don't have a stomach for his sarcasm right now, although I do like JP. But it's like, I do the same
This
kind of
was the
sarcasm.
FIFA World Cup final stadium. Over 80,000 people in attendance. If you left an empty seat for every single person Israel unalived in the Gaza genocide, this whole stadium would be completely empty, and there'd be many more left over.
Good point. Maybe try, like, I don't know, 10 more stadiums filled with 80,000 people, and you approach the number of deaths in the Gaza Strip. Well, I want to thank you all for your time, and we've hit the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to call it a live stream and get some dinner. But we did a lot of good things today. I think we went through all of the top stories and all the filth and slop that we could cover in a 4-hour span. We did it. Yes, we did it. And my new page is monetized. That's cool. Thank you for liking and subscribing to this new page. And I think, we hit 3K like a day or two ago. So let's keep it going. Thank you, Saeed. 12 more days to go till what now? 12 more days. What is he talking about, chat? What is he up to now? What are his antics up to this point? 12 more days till August. Right? What happens in August? Now I'm just going to be thinking about, what did he mean by that? The whole night. I'm not going to be able to get to sleep. Well, at that, I will say adieu. Personally levels Tel Aviv? I don't think so. That's wishful thinking. Have a wonderful night. Peace and love. Thanks to everyone for supporting the live stream. And I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to midnight, Monday through Friday. So we look forward to that. And give yourself a round of applause. You did absolutely wonderful. You really outdid yourself. Hand claps all around. To you, to me, to all of us. All right? Thanks, Obi-Wan. Thanks, Raven's Tongue. Thanks, J-Jax. Thanks, Lorelei. And Damakuno. All the moderators. Pet the mods. We love our mods. Until next time, peace and love. I'm out. I'm out this bitch. Good night, everyone.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenos noches.